in your hood. It tastes like heaven, and we eating pasta and it.
Alright, let's start it there.
Yeah. We've ended careers before. They call us a lethal weapon. You brandish an unsheathed sword, playing hero Roroni Kenshin. We kicked it aside of your door. Use the wonder again to step in. Where was that bravado you had a hot minute ago? Hey, we got ups, but I wouldn't say we beef. How the saying go, it's a two-way street. Get me on the pipe and you know they had a tweak. I'm just trying to lay my name, you get what I'm speaking. We entertain the masses in any way that we can. There's some asshole think that you can press the lead and put the whole squad down, get out within the weekend. But we stars, boys, so continue go and see. We've ended careers before. They call us a lethal weapon. You brandish an unsheathed sword, play hero Roroni Kenshin. We kicked it aside of your door. Use the wonder again to step in. Well, was that bravado you had a hot minute ago? Talk big game till you learn it ain't one. Got your nails on this track's another freight ton. Not a single dub, so you gotta make one. G, yeah, domino, trying to cook some great stuff.
You can keep ducking, this be the season. We're hunting, we down and new and on pressures while casually pressing your buttons. You keep pretending it's nothing, but we can tell you we frontin'. Try betting us with a poker, but your face looking all nothing. We calling out all your bluffs and we telling you what is what, and we saying enough's enough. But you trying to keep acting tough. If you really think that you run, let me tell you, you ain't the one. Cause the song will be nothing speakers and the whole team finna pump it, y'all.
We've ended careers before. They call us a lethal weapon. You brandish an unsheathed sword, played hero Roroni Kenshin. We kicked it aside of your door. Use the one who again to step in. Where was that bravado you had a hot minute ago? We eating pasta in your hood. It tastes like heaven, and we eating pasta and it good. Yeah.
Okay. Load 'em up, boys. Rev those engines. Let's go!
Who is the king? Who is the king? Cruising around with nowhere to go, watching the world through a blurred window. Take all comers, but they too slow, breaking through all known barriers. So run your car, not your mouth, 'cause out here there's no room for cowards. Flash of life is all you see, just another day when you're adrift king. You lost your crown, lost your place, picked back up, left in disgrace. When a flash of life is all you see, just another day when you're adrift king. Who is the king?
I'm not Jewish and bisexual. Fair enough. I had like half a dozen people message me saying, "Are you okay?" After the stream, of course. After the stream, of course. Isn't Bull the only Jew? Yes. As far as I know. As far as I know. We don't judge here. Oh gosh, I forgot to hit the thing. Hold on. There we go. Let me adjust the yippee. Get her on my lap a little bit better. I'm not late and gay. Well, I'm actually early and straight. Grumps is right about an analyst. What did Grumps say? I don't know. I told him I want to talk to him eventually. Although I don't know if that's a good idea because I am a man and I have a bigger platform than he does. So that might be a bad idea. Not sure. Thank you for the banana. I appreciate that. Hi. All right. So story time briefly, and then we're gonna get on. Then we'll get on to the stuff. I had scheduled work today, and then I got to work, excuse me, and my boss is like, "Akko, do you want the day off?" I was like, "Why?" You know, I'm like, "Why?" He's like, I was like, did they reduce work? Sometimes happens. And he's like, "No, I overscheduled people." He's like, you don't have to. You don't have to, but I am overscheduled right now. I was like, okay. I can do that. I checked my my overtime hours. Or my overtime, my hours. And thankfully, I could eat it. Although that's probably the last time I can eat it before I actually do need to just work the rest of my term at my job. So when I get back to work tomorrow, I'm gonna be like, "Listen, can't do that anymore until I'm gone," basically. You know. Anyway, I did a couple of things today. I was like, okay, I don't want to feel like a complete piece of shit not doing anything. So I did two things. Like when I was on my way home, I was like, you know what? I'm gonna make a video because I haven't actually made a video talking about the bow stuff too much. Excuse me. And I was like, let's make a video. Let's just make a video, you know? And, you know, I recorded 15 minutes, became 13 minutes, and it kind of blew up. Cool. Thanks. Thank you. Not what I expected, but I appreciate it, you know? So thank you. I appreciate that. You know, if you have not watched the video, I'll bring it up. Oh gosh, I need to make the thing not like repeat because it's on repeat mode right now. There it goes. You guys haven't seen, I do have a video. Where I talk about the bow thing. It says 3K views. I don't know why it's saying that. Hold on a moment. I don't know why it says 3K views. It is not actually 3K views. It actually has almost 8,000 views. It actually has hit 8,000 views. So almost 8,000 views.
Sir Chimpus Bananaton has just tipped $4.99.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Super chat. Allow me to supply you with your daily dose of potassium, brought to you by KFC. It's finger looking good.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I don't know why it says 3K. It is way over that. Maybe if I click on the video. No, yeah, it says 3,000. I don't know why it hasn't like come all the way in, but it's at like 8,000, which is insane. How are the Cinder files going? So let me tell you what the process is right now. And let me tell you kind of just like how videos are made for me in general, because it is something I'm working on it, but like I'm probably not going to edit it, and I'm probably going to hand that off to an editor, because here's how videos work for me. I have to be innately like in it to make it, you know? Like if I get a random hair trigger to do something, it gets done that day. But for something that's like really long and sustained, as somebody with a phlegmatic personality, which basically means path of least resistance, most comfort, if I am not in it, it doesn't get done. So I have the script done. I have a raw recording done. I know where I need to what I need to find and where I need to find it. I just don't want to do that right now, unfortunately. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Stealth 3 has just tipped $4.99 through Super Chat. Obligatory head pats for the cute and funny Akko Foxu.
I appreciate that. So the unfortunate truth for me is I need to get like actually into it in order to like get it worked on. I do want to like probably next week start putting together the stuff I need. But I am also in the process of moving, and I am spending time to work on that. I've also got other random shit going on in the background. ADHD. It is a little bit of ADHD, yeah, you could say. You need an editor? No, I have an editor, and he has agreed and wants to work on the video. It's just right now I need to put together a list. I haven't done that yet. And I want to work on it, and I want to get it out, because I feel like I will be one of the only people that actually like says real shit. I haven't watched Mujan's video yet, but people are telling me that he is just like, he is taking one tweet allegedly. And I say allegedly because I don't know this for a fact. But he is taking one tweet where I think it was Shondo that said Cinder is married, and he is running with that. I guess he's just running with the fact that one person said that she's married, and so he is claiming that Red is her husband. That's what I've been told. I don't know how true that is. If that is a lie, if somebody is lying to me, well, fair enough. You know, people are allowed to come and say, hey, that was wrong, or you shouldn't trust that, and I'll agree. But I am being told that he is basically saying that she is married, when she has not come out and confirmed that Red is her married partner. As far as I know, Red is her boyfriend, or just long-term partner. I mean, if you want to be pedantic, if she's been with him as long as she's claimed to have been, maybe you could consider them common law married, but that's not what I'm being heard. His logic is that Shondo and Cinder are close friends. Okay, and Cinder was close friends with all of those other people that stabbed her in the fucking back. Do you really, if that's really what he is claiming? Again, you could be lying to me right now. I'll take your word for it, but you could be lying to me right now. So I'll say this. If that is actually what he thinks, that is retarded. That is highly, highly, highly retarded. And he should stop covering. I already think he should stop covering VTuber drama, because he sucks at it. Which is funny, because he's really good at other stuff. I thought his SAG-AFTRA video was pretty good. I thought his coverage of some other dramas are actually pretty good. But when it's come to this, he has been so clearly biased and so clearly like wanting to tell a narrative in a specific way that I'm just like, bro, you should probably stop while you're ahead, because a lot of reasonable people, I'll say this, who cares if they're married? It's one of those things where it's just like, if he gets that inaccurate, what else is he gonna get inaccurate in the entire video? You know, I just like, when I heard that he like is claiming that they're married, just like, are you serious? He's 50-50. That's kind of my opinion. That's kind of my opinion. Again, I don't hate people necessarily that often. I try my very best to reserve hate for people that I legitimately would never want to be around. He's not one of them. But he made a 5.5-hour video, which, you know, it's funny where he's just like, oh my gosh, Cinder made an 1,000-page doc. Well, he made a 5.5-hour video. Anyway, he's not the subject of today, and I haven't watched his video, so it's gonna be hard for me to criticize the guy when I haven't gone through his stuff. And it's gonna be hard for me to go through his stuff because it's 5.5 fucking hours long. I don't know. I don't know. What will he get from proving they're married? I mean, like, marriage is a little bit stronger than being a boyfriend/girlfriend/partnership. That's the only thing I can think of. Besides the case. Anyway, so you guys remember, some ordinary gamers who were watching today, but the Completionist made a video where he talks about his side of the story with the drama that he was in with his parents' charitable organization, the Open Hands, and how culpable he actually was. He came out and admitted, yes, I basically did a lot of these things, but also Carl and Mudahar are mini poo-poo heads, and they are not journalists. They are not engineers, which is true. Mudahar is not an engineer, and you should not listen to them because of that, basically. Phone. Give me one moment. Oh. A credit bureau wanted to let me know that my credit limit has increased. That's nice.
To a UP.
Or my credit.
Why does it matter though is the real question. They really want to drag someone who is done with it all back in it. Let that woman be.
Well, see, you do say that, but then, you know, I have agreed to also make a video on it. And I guess the question you have to ask is it still appropriate to make a video summarizing it? And I am of the opinion that, like, you know, I want to make a video as a retrospective or like a look back on it because the drama's over. You know, for all intents and purposes, the Cinder drama is over. She has put down her flag. She has said, I am done, and everything is gone and out. So, you know, you have to ask, is it appropriate to continue to talk about it when she is done with it? I would say that as long as you're not trying to reignite flames and basically give a history lesson, I would say yes. You know, but like, I don't know. It's one of those situations where it's kind of weird because I do want to, like I said, I do want to make a video talking about it and covering it. But I would like to do it correctly. I would like to build it right, and I also need to have the spirit. Because I don't want to make a video that I don't have the spirit for. And that's part of my worry as well, is initially I was very deep into wanting to make it as a video. And then as time has gone on, I've just been like, slow. And I'm sorry. I do apologize about that, because I wish I had the fortitude to just pump out video. Like if I could be... if I could actually have that, where I could just put out videos, like good videos, not like quartering slop level videos, but if I could actually like put out real content that I actually can feel proud of on a consistent basis, then I feel like some of these videos would exist already. But the truth of the matter is, I am slow, and oftentimes that slowness it still gives you a good product. I'm just slow. I'm just slow, so. And I apologize about that. But anyway, I don't really, I'm not really interested in going over another guy's coverage of a topic that we're not talking about today. Will there see many of those commentators who turned on her? I was thinking about that as well. We'll see. We'll see. Again, I definitely want to put down some of the people's responses to to her response. It's just going to take time, you know? I think the longer time goes on, my video is going to turn from the immediate coverage to a retrospective, basically, which could be like, oh, it's a couple months away, but instead you're going to get something where it's just like, here's a retrospective on the entire thing kind of deal. Anyway. Mudahar from Some Ordinary Gamers and Carl Jobst from Carl Jobst has made responses to the Completionist. Carl Jobst's video is 4 hours long. I am not watching that today. Fuck that. That's way too long. For one, that's like 2, maybe 3 streams worth of coverage. So instead, we're gonna watch the video done by Mudahar that is an hour and a half long, because the Mudahar's video probably will hit all of the same things that Carl Jobst had, but it's gonna be less time. And I'm gonna be honest with you, one of the big things of why I don't like Carl Jobst that much is he is very monotone, and he speaks the exact same way in every video. What a pathetic bitch. That's how he talks in all of his videos. So I am kind of more I'm more inclined to watch Mudahar's video instead, just because he's probably going to be a little bit more animated. Actually, I know for a fact he's more animated because I watched like the first 15 minutes of this, and I was like, you know what, we should actually just make this a stream. And here we are, basically. Carl lost a huge chunk of his audience. He did. He's still surviving, but like, you know, the last time I paid attention to him before the response, he was tranny chasing, I guess. Or not really. He was defending that trans individual that that was cheating in CS:GO 6, I think that's where they were cheating, and he was trying to run defense for them, saying, oh, they aren't a cheater, you guys are just haters and all that kind of shit. So that's the last time I paid attention to him. Then this video came out, and I was like, you know what, let's take a look. So by the way, I will say I have listened to the Carl video. If you want to like get a recap of the Carl video, I feel like we're gonna get most of that in the Muda video. Basically, he was defending the trans cat VTuber who cheated. Yes, basically. So anyway, we're gonna be watching that. I got Minecraft in the background. I might switch between projects. I've got a lot of projects I'm working on right now. I'm expanding my river here into a bit of a small lake. Probably gonna make it kind of like the circumference of this area here. I was originally thinking of making it this big, but can't, because this whole box right here is where I'm going to build my city, which is awesome. Ain't he divorced? No, Carl Jobst is still married, as far as I know. Yeah, I could be wrong about that, but as far as I know, Carl Jobst is still willfully married to his wife, who, if I remember correctly, also still loves him. So, anyway. This video by me, Mudahar, Some Ordinary Gamers, is an hour and 48 minutes long, 2 hours, so we should really just get started with it. And let me pull up. I will open up my friend zone. And if friends want to be friends, they are, well, if they want to come in and listen, they are welcome to. Okay. There we go. All right. What a giant Minecraft world. This is actually only, so this section right here is only about 2,000 blocks max, although I have gone out 30,000 blocks just because I wanted to see how far I could go. By the way, this is a long ocean. I like that ocean. That's a pretty cool looking ocean. Anyway, without further ado, let's get going. All right. Let's see here. Yeah, let's see. Yep. By the way, the Completionist video, or not Completionist, Some Ordinary Gamers video is almost 100,000 views. Nobody cares anymore. That's the other thing that's really funny. Fuck brain. I think the thing that people need to remember about this is nobody really cares about the drama overall. At this point, I think it's just one of those things where Mudahar and Carl Jobst are just saying it to say it. So, Minecraft Oceans were better when they were massive. I think this one is decently sized, and so is this one. So is this one. I like it. It's got two big. I haven't explored it fully, but it's got some moocher mylons. Anyway. Let us get started. He makes a funny little meme in the beginning here that I thought was worth pointing out here.
Completionist response file number 1. All right, you got the evidence for
He's basically making fun of completionist here. He's recommending the completionist.
Already? You know the fiber guy, right? He put the spreadsheet in. Awesome, great. You think I should get like a dog or something? Like, you know, make it look more personable? Maybe a ukulele or something?
Thank you, user, for the follow.
Anyways, let's go with that. Maybe a middle part to the hair, something of that nature.
He's really trying. I got the feeling from listening to this that he really does not like how so many people. He really does not like how the completionist acted in this video. And to be fair, you know, there is a lot of criticism you can levy towards Muda and the completionist and Carl Jobs, because all of them have kind of like gotten into controversies. However, I think that like the thing that where I will kind of be on Mudahar's side is where he is welcome to be a little bit upset, where it's just like, my man, yeah, sure, I'll take my lashings and all that shit, but you are literally lying to try and save your own teeth here about what they believe to be charity fraud. Now, I really don't have an opinion on the charity fraud aspect itself. It's kind of my opinion that because it does involve charity, I'm gonna be kind of careful about my thoughts on it. But it there's a lot of like Carl, when Carl goes through his video, I kind of come out of it understanding that there is definitely some lying by omission that took place from the completionist, and that's why I don't like it. Fake engineer lost the lawsuit, charity fraud, the Holy Trinity. Yes, basically. Basically, it's a good that's a good way of explaining it. Let me know if you can hear it, by the way.
You guys deserve answers, okay? I know I've been gone for a little bit, but I had to come up with a distinct line of bullshit. You guys deserve some answers. I can't do this, man. I gotta get in front of the computer, man. What the hell is this? Who sits in front of a bed? What kind of sympathy garnering shit is this? Let's be adults. Let's bring some facts. Let's bring some receipts.
Oh.
Hello, guys and gals.
I'm gonna be honest. If he had an opening song there, that would be cool. It isn't his shtick, but like I did find that kind of a funny. Who cares what the poop? Oh, come on, chat. I want to react to it. Because I think it's interesting. And I think that Mudahar is right to be a little bit angry. I see that Parrot 4chan's comments on the Cinder doc. I really don't pay attention to him, honestly. So no, video's quiet. All right, I'll turn up a little bit. I don't know what his comments are, but you are welcome to tell me.
Mudahar, and yeah, ladies and gentlemen, let's just sit in front of a computer here, because I've got some receipts, facts, and logic in response to a video uploaded by The Completionist. Now, I thought I was actually long past this. The story, for anybody that doesn't know, 2 years ago, me and another co-investigator, Carl Jobst, who you probably know of, worked together to basically unmask a charitable issue that we found, right? Where the completionist was stacking money, hoarding money, taking money in through various events that he himself ran, such as Indieland. He took that money in, saying that it was going to go to X and Y organization. Turns out it was sitting apparently in a bank account waiting to be sent off, collecting dust, losing its value to inflation, yada, yada, yada.
And again, I will also maintain, again, my stance has always just been the main problem, beyond just like not saying anything, is that when you leave money in a bank account, it does depreciate in value because of inflation. And that's like been the biggest reason why everybody's just like, bro, you need to get rid of the money, basically. That's why, because like a lot of people initially were just like, why do you care if a charity holds on to money? Well, it's just like, there's a couple of reasons. One of the biggest being that he did not tell people he was doing this. Because if he told people we want to hold on to it, it probably, now, granted, allegedly, he didn't know for
Thank you, user, for the follow.
multiple years. But when he did find out, he should have told people, because it would have smoothed things over. And that's probably why. It was such a big problem. Well, not even probably. That is why it was such a big problem, in my personal opinion. So, like, people have asked, like, why does it matter? That's kind of why. It's lying by omission. And it goes back to the idea that if you are a content creator who lies
Thank you,
about
user, for the follow.
something, you know, and even if it might not be big to you, some people might even say that this could be trivial. You know, if you're willing to lie about something that is, in some cases, maybe even trivial, why are you to be trusted for something big, if that makes sense? So, I like, just, that's like the short and skinny of it. It's just like, if I can't trust you, if you are untrustworthy in this one thing, why am I, like, obligated to trust you in other things, basically?
Now, of course, obviously, we had investigated this 2 years ago, broke the story, and obviously, you know, the money ended up getting donated, $600,000 at least.
Huzzah.
And yeah, we thought the story had kind of ended over there. But of course, it didn't. A month ago, Jirard uploads a video called You Deserve Answers. Now, initially, I was going to probably respond to this in a few days, but I actually didn't know this video was uploaded until Carl had actually told me about it. I think it was probably like a day after it was uploaded. I had no understanding that this bomb dropped.
And I am still absolutely confident that the accusations of fraud and embezzlement will be proven false. However, even if we never broke the law, serious moral mistakes were still made by myself and the foundation. The open hand took far too long to donate. We never explained why it took so long until after everyone called us out. And I lied about this for all of Indieland's years, both knowingly in 2023 and unknowingly in all the years before.
So immediately from this clip, I was like, all right, I guess he's admitting that there were some serious moral failings to be found. And a lot of that reporting that me and Carl did was pretty much resolved from this, or was pretty much like proven correct from this statement right here. But throughout the course of this 45-minute long video, the lies and misrepresentation of this entire investigation gets pretty bad. And one of the reasons I'm making this video is because I was one of the principal investigators talking about this. And also, he really mischaracterizes and calls into questions our ethics. And I really feel like he took this opportunity of, you know, controversy against Carl and myself as a way to jump.
That is another thing that's really important, is the video that Carl puts out happens way too soon. I mean, okay. Is there a determinable amount of time when you're allowed to make a response when the people that like called you out are in controversy? That's like the question you have to ask. Like, if the people that did a thing on you are in controversy, is it appropriate to respond? I would say it depends how you do it. Like, if you do it correctly, unlike what the Completionist did, you should just come out and say your piece and then, like, let other people kind of deal with it. The problem that the Completionist had is he didn't just, like, say, this is my piece. He then also did everything he could to take digs at Carl Jobst, at Mudahar, doing anything he could to, like, sunder their name even further. When in reality, what he should have been doing is trying to clear his name, basically. So I don't like Mudahar and the Completionist a whole lot for how they've chosen to handle themselves in other dramas. That doesn't mean that you can automatically, like, take the moral high ground and say that you're better than them, or say, oh, they're not even engineers. And it's just like, yeah, obviously, motherfucker, we know that Mudahar isn't a fucking engineer. We know. I don't care anymore. I care if you committed charity fraud, or if you allegedly committed charity fraud, or if your parents committed charity fraud.
Thank you, user, for the follow.
That should be, like, number one concern that other people have. And that wasn't, like, really, like, it felt like it was such a footnote, in my personal opinion. I could be wrong, but when I watched the Completionist video, when I because I do believe I watched it live with you guys. The problem is just how he went about it bothered the shit out of me, basically. What is there to say he scammed people? Okay, to make it like simple, he essentially took people's money that he said would go towards charitable purposes. He outlined all these companies that he was working with, and said that he was donating to all these organizations. When this investigation comes out, you learn that he didn't donate to any of these organizations, and he wasn't working with any of them, period. So it starts to call into question whether or not the money actually was donated, and whether or not these organizations knew, because it is technically a form of fraud to say, yes, we're taking the money and putting it here, basically. So that's kind of like the thing, is it didn't work with the people he said he was working with, and the money that he said was going to charitable causes didn't. So that's like the main crux of the problem there, is he lied, or his family lied, and he didn't necessarily know that his family lied. But even when he did know, like the year or two before this came out, he still chose to continue the lie until it was outed, basically. Excuse me. So, excuse me. I know what happened. I'm saying, who cares about these two idiots? No, I see what you mean. And it's just like, the thing that bothers me is, he was trying to use the controversy of Mudahar, which, in my personal opinion, dumb controversy, all right? Some of the worst things you can say about Mudahar is he himself also lies about a couple of things that he is. He is not an engineer. He is not like... He might be really smart with computers and Linux and shit, but he is not an engineer. He is not as smart as he claims. He is just an Indian that has multiple different jobs that he may or may not actually be working. And so it's just, it gets frustrating when you want to hear how this guy is not is not doing charity fraud. And like, while he admits technically yes, he also then decides to take this as a moment to get a dig on the people who investigated him. And that's not okay, in my personal opinion. Like, you still need to it's one of those things where oh, hold on, am I still live? Uh-oh. Hold on. Restream is saying I'm having issues. No, I'm still live. Okay, good. Why is Restream saying... Sorry, I just like ruined my thought. Chat. Refresh. But the whole thing is basically just, yeah, these guys lied, but you're also a liar. You're also a liar. So you can't just come out and say, "Oh, look at them." It's like, I'm looking at you. You're the guy I'm interested in right now. I don't care about them. You are not live and I'm not in chat? Okay.
Jump in and sort of try and get off the train of cancellation that he was on. Now, before we go into this and dissect this piece by piece, I think in order to show the audience, this is a worse response than his first response. I like the emotion list of evidence, okay? So inside here, it provides this Google Drive of citations, so the archive of uploads, financial records and documentation for Indieland, research. So, all right, okay, as long as I don't see like a fucking autopsy report, let's see what's actually in here. So let's go to Archive of Uploads. Actually, it's the entirety of mine and Carl's videos uploaded for the world to watch. Okay, let's go to the financial records and statements. So he's got what appears to be the AFTD Open Hand Foundation progress update, which is basically a little leaflet that he received showcasing, I guess, where the money is being sent to. This was sent on July of 2024, long after the story had broke, and some of that money was actually donated. Okay, let's look at Indieland revenue and expenses. Wow, look at this Fiverr-ass document.
Yeah, so this is like when I saw this, and I do believe that the stream, the stream is still up. You can still go watch it. And I believe that Mizu was also there too. It's just like, hang on a moment. His proof of documentation of expenses is not actually like a breakdown list. It's just a spreadsheet saying how much money they made and how much total money actually went into it. And that's where it's just like, Jirard, that's not proof. That's not proof. I could literally make that in 5 minutes. All right. So it's just like, come on, man. That's not good. That's not good enough at all.
Of course, he provided a bunch of numbers, which we'll get into a little bit later on why I actually think these numbers are complete and utter bullshit. But he also provides operating expenses for the Open Hand Foundation. He actually shows the expenses incurred from Indieland. I just love when you give me one entire number without actually breaking down what the fuck these numbers mean. But you know what? Honestly, anybody could put together an absolute a spreadsheet like this, right? I mean, anybody could title it whatever they wanted. As long as, there are no actual supporting pieces of evidence or documents, how the fuck are we supposed to prove these numbers are real or not? Again, these are questions that I think the audience should be asking. But when he uploaded this video, there was actually a lot of fanfare. Wow, you really owned the fucking Indian guy and the Australian speedrunning connoisseur over the internet. But of course, he also uploaded.
Those are definitely words you could use to identify these two guys.
That was provided by the state of California. Again, we can actually read this down the road. So he provided 3 documents. I would say 2 of which really don't even fucking matter all that much, except for really debunking. And the third one we'll get into a little bit. But if you go to the actual research section, it's painfully obvious that the Completionist spent a whole year basically looking up the greatest hits of mine and Carl's controversies. So for my section, he brings up my tweets, which are all the tweets that are germane to this actual investigation, which, whatever, okay? I'm glad that you figured out how to screenshot. Video descriptions. Ooh, he's got some pinned comments. Check out the newest podcast episode. Sterling research.
Now, I didn't actually excuse me. I didn't actually go through all of those archives because I did a brief scroll and I asked somebody else to look through them, and we all kind of determined that a lot of this was bullshit. But seeing that it's just like, Jirard, is this you complete games for a living? You're supposed to be a master. You're supposed to be a master at fucking research and execution. All right, that's what Jirard is. He researches games and executes them in a completionist fashion. And you're telling me that one of them fucking screenshots is literally just Mudahar saying, check out the newest podcast. Just like, holy shit, how raped did you get by these two? Raped by an Indian and an Australian. I'd ask for Canadian healthcare.
My friend, brilliant. Ooh, Reddit posts on the conspiracy theories that are spread on the Completionist Reddit, which I don't own, Carl doesn't own, nobody has anything to do with, but we'll get into it. Primary source of allegations. So he brings up Carl's and mine videos, which he titles up all the views. So again, I don't know what the purpose of that is, but again,
the purpose is to be like, oh, they made money off of this. But who cares? Who cares? Yeah, I get it. There are assholes, and there are people that, are fine. I mean, I'm kind of an asshole, so I don't really know where I would count myself in that, but it's just hold on. It's just who the fuck cares that a journalist and whatever Muda considers himself make videos on you and then they make money? It's just do people forget that YouTube pays you money and that you make money off of this? It's just yeah, I'm incentivized to make videos. And you could make the argument that maybe Mudahar and Carl don't care about what they talk about. But who cares? Who cares? I don't care. If Muda makes an interesting video, I'm going to watch it. I haven't seen one in a while, honestly, but like, people need to make money from these videos. People need to, like, subsist off of these videos.
Thank you, user, for the follow.
I don't know. I feel like it's just crazy to be like, oh, look at how much money they made off of this. Okay? Are you saying that all journalists need to work for free? Actually, you might, you know what? You might sell me on, okay, you know what? You might sell me on that argument. You might sell me on that argument. You might sell me on that argument. I'm going to be honest with you. So, no, yeah. You know, I think all non-gaming journalists, all of the journalists that are on their websites and at CNN, they probably should work for free. That's about how much money I would give them. But, like, you know what I'm saying? I just don't get why it's such a big deal that they made money. It's like, yeah, of course they did. Who cares? I don't. And if you care, you're kind of retarded. So, you know. Oh. Thank you, by the way, for watching the video. Anyway. Mooney said he was not going to buy a Switch 2 out of protest and then did a sponsored review of one. No, yeah, and it's just like, it goes back to the idea of all of these guys are stupid. Okay? Mudahar, Carl, Completionist, they're all stupid. It's literally just retards fighting retards, and you and me are kind of like, we're also retards, but we're sitting outside watching the retards fight. Okay? That's what we're doing, is we're watching the retards fight, and you can laugh at them and recognize that they're all being retarded equally for saying stupid shit. I think Muda owns I don't know. Anyway, that's like the whole thing that bothers me, is just like, who fuck cares if they made money off of these videos? You know? I certainly don't give a shit. You know, make your bag. If you do it unethically, I'll call you out for it. But like, I don't like. Well, I watched those videos by Muda and I'm gonna get their names all confused. I watched those videos by Muda and Carl. They weren't bad videos. They actually, like, despite the fact that they are like disgraced individuals, those videos provided value, and I actually appreciate that they were created, and they're good, in my personal opinion. Is he trying to save face? No. So what we're watching is the Completionist's response from a month ago, basically. Muda finally made the response, which, you know, to be honest with you, Completionist took 2 years, Mudahar took a month. You know, you got to give these people time to pull together stuff, because this is, for stuff like this, you actually want to pull together everything. It's not as simple as me hopping on camera and giving a brief recap and then saying, I think you're stupid and wrong. You should actually do a little bit of research before you come out with a rebuttal like the way that Muda is doing. And I'm glad at the very least he took his time. He never said he was going to, but Mudahar doesn't use Twitter anymore because they make Indian jokes at him, and he doesn't like that. It hurts his feelings.
Sterling research. For Carl, however, he brings up a whole litany of controversies. Billy Mitchell lawsuit, Discord chats, past controversies, pickup artists, video descriptions. Yeah, I feel like he really has a bone to pick with Carl over here, but again, you might be wondering, what do any of our controversies have to do with facts and logic? Again, ladies and gentlemen, I like to come across these videos with actual receipts. So for the first time, I do implore that if you're watching this video, please put it on a second monitor if you have to, but pay attention, because
this is when the video got real, chat.
Unlike Jirard, I'm going to put up things on the screen that actually refute his dogshit points and strengthen mine. So let's go into this. Now, at the time we covered the Open Hand Foundation, one of the most important things about it was obviously it is a charity. The Open Hand Foundation is a charity that Jirard the Completionist had ran. This foundation was actually built from him, his family, his dad, all in memory of his late mother who had passed away with frontotemporal dementia, right? FTD. Now, the thing about it is he decided to lie blatantly about the status of his organization. Listen to this.
As a final note, I want to add that many online have noticed that the Open Hand Foundation has entered into a delinquency status with the IRS. Carl Jobst has run with this, saying that this is further proof that Open Hand did not comply with...
By the way, I did listen to Carl's response. I in my head, I was like, I don't know if this is response worthy. And so I'm glad that Mudahar came out with this, but I'll just give you kind of the footnotes of Carl Jobst. And he's basically like, what is there to run with? This is literally what the website says. Running with a story is essentially you just like taking some very thin piece of evidence and running with it, basically. It's basically like saying he's running with nothing. It's just like, what do you mean he's running? That's basically it. It's like, what do you mean? He's not running with it. This is literally what the government website said. If the government website said it, it must, like, I mean, you know, governments can lie. We'll put the idea out there that maybe California government fucking lied. But, like, the California government said that you're in a delinquency status. I kind of trust them more than you at this point.
With the law. In reality, the Open Hands Legal Counsel was instructed by the Department of Justice to withhold their tax filings until the investigation was concluded. This delinquency status is the charity equivalent of an unpaid parking ticket and gets cleared whenever Open Hand files a specific form, which they've already taken care of. As a result, this delinquency status has been corrected and is actually explicit proof that my family and I fully complied with the investigation and truly have nothing to hide.
Okay, so there's a lot of things mentioned over there. Now, immediately he starts bringing up things on the screen that really have no, that really he misrepresents blatantly. So it makes me wonder if the audience that watches The Completionist is maybe clinically like sane or something, or maybe they have no understanding of how to read, but I'll read for you. The Open Hand Foundation, as Carl had posted on one of the Reddits that were focusing on this investigation, has now been classified as delinquent by the Office of the Attorney General. They are delinquent because they have failed to file the required tax form. That means they may not legally engage in any conduct that requires registration with the DOJ, i.e. soliciting charitable funds. Despite this fact, they're still soliciting donations.
Now, I don't know if Mood is going to go over this. This is kind of the point where I stopped watching. Maybe California lied. Are you kidding me? No, okay, listen. Again, it is possible, all right? Very well possible. We'll throw it out there. I'll be charitable to the charity. Oh, excuse me. It is possible that they lied. I just think for this, I'm less likely to believe Carl.
Thank you, user.
And would need extra verification because of it, basically. You know what I mean? It's just like, yeah, I agree with you, but because of these circumstances where both parties lie, that being California and Carl, and Muda, and all of them, basically, the Completionist. Because the Completionist is a liar, he has an extra layer of proving it, basically, for me to actually, like, believe him. If that makes sense. Remember Muda supported Mama Max? Yeah, I remember that. I mean, I'm not going to... Listen, again, Mudahar is not somebody I'm, like, biggest fan of. He is just one of those fair weather... He'll say what is important at the time and then walk it back if he needs to. So I'm not really the biggest fan of him. I don't really feel like that matters in what I'm trying to say right now, but it is... Yeah, I agree. He did do that, and he was stupid for it.
Through their upcoming golf tournament later this year. Now, obviously, the next thing is this charity definition, which, again, just read it on screen. You can see that it just says every charitable corporation, unincorporated association, and trustee doing
sorry,
business.
I just remembered what I was going to say. Thank you. I still need to finish the yippee. I should have done that today, but I didn't.
The landlords have been gifted $20 by Internet Zen Master Hassan Disrespecter. California government lied. I'd say Cali's government, especially under Newsom, tells the truth maybe 10% of the time and mislead the other 90% with half-truths and outright fabrication. This sounds like it's the 10% true column.
It is possible.
Thank you, user.
It is very possible. Again, I will again say that it is very possible that they fixed it and they're no longer delinquent, and California has not fixed their registration. I don't know if they're going to show that on screen. I don't know how you would be able to look that up. I don't have the lolly right next to me. But it is very well possible that they did do it. They did fix it. California hasn't, actually fixed it, That is very well possible. I don't know if they'll talk about that at all, because, again, this is kind of where I've stopped paying attention and I decided to stream this. But again, my whole thing is, when you have been proven to also be a liar, I turn back to the government and will also turn to you and say, it is now up to you to provide just a little bit extra to prove it. And what that would basically be is the completionist coming out and saying, here is the government saying that we are no longer delinquent. Basically a letter saying you are not a delinquent, or you can file, all that kind of shit. Because I remember when I remember listening to Completionist, Carl. Carl said that they're taking donations, and they actually did their 2025 golf tournament. So they are taking in donations, which would be illegal if they're not if they're a delinquent charity. So either they're delinquent, and again, I do think it is very well possible that it could be the second option here. It is very well possible that they are still delinquent, or it is possible that California is slow as fuck and they haven't fixed it. And if it is the second option there, there is gonna... I feel like if it is the second option, it kind of sucks that, people are going to accuse him of still committing fraud or not having a working charity organization, and I can feel some sympathy for that. But by the same token, he's lied so often. There's a video of a tax account going through this. I do believe that Carl Jobst debunks and talks about a lot of that in his video, which I don't have with me. I don't know if Mudahar brings that up. I know that the completionist brings it up, and he kind of allegedly debunks a lot of it. But yeah, I remember that. I think I watched that video on my off time, and I thought it was interesting. But here's the thing. I'm not an accountant myself. I know how to do my own taxes and the taxes for my little side of the internet. I don't know how I would go above that. So, it's one of those things where only another accountant or somebody that's in that sphere would be able to fix it. But according to Carl, the accountant was wrong about a couple of things, although it's kind of up to you if you believe that or not. Anyway.
In California is required to
let's see if they
renew
actually
its
bring up some of the stuff we just talked about.
Registrations must report annually by filing RRF1. The failure to renew the registration will lead to the organization as being listed as delinquent. Again, he just brought up a definition, or again, a point of what happens when you fail to actually renew it. But in the clip, he's talking about how you filled this form that apparently corrects it behind the scenes, but he never really shows that definition or proves it. Again, you have to read and actually comprehend what's being shown on the screen instead of just taking the guy's word for it. Now, Jirard decided to blatantly misrepresent what the fuck was going on there. There's actually so much wrong in this statement that the reason I started this video off with this is to just show you how easily disprovable this fucking sack of shit really is.
Jeez.
So I'm going to explain really quickly what
mad.
he said. So he said that, of course, if you're reading this, the delinquency status has been corrected and is actually explicit proof. Now, how can you verify if Jirard is actually telling the truth? Well, open up a new tab. You can go to whatever search engine you prefer, and you can go search up Office of the Attorney General, California Charity Lookup.
Okay, you know what? We're going to do this right now. Okay, we're going to do this live chat.
So again, if you go over here, you can go to...
We want to go to registry search tooltips and filing definitions. Okay.
OAG CA Charities Content Info. Click right over here, and through their search tool, which is easily accessible by going to search by agency, or the registry search tool right over here. And inside organization name, you can type in Open Hand Foundation.
All right, we're going to do this. Open Hand Foundation.
As you've already seen, I've done it. hit that old search.
All right, cool. Search. Oh, yeah, here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Look, 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 look. We're going to shrink you down, Mudahar. All right. So there it is. There it is. Open Hand Foundation, charity registration, not registered, delinquent. And it's just...
Thank you, user.
Okay,
for
this
the
is just
follow.
showing the entire thing. This is Googleable. This is a charity organization, so I don't think that matters. Okay. Oh, wow. Okay. So, okay, here. Okay, so this is when it was started. So it was started in 2014, so 11 years ago. And, 2014 was 11 years ago. Fuck. No. It feels so hard to say. Sorry, I just feel old, and I'm only in my 20s. Okay. And down here, status of filing is incomplete. The IRS 990 PF form is required. So it is incomplete. And so because of such, it is a delinquent organization. So again, it really is. Since we've done this here, we've done this. Look at it. You can do this here. We'll bounce back. Type in the Open Hand Foundation on this website, you know. If California is lying, which is possible, this should be something that Jirard needs to get fixed. As of the stream that we're having here, all right, this is November 1st, 2025. It is still marked as delinquent on their website. I don't know how, if other companies face this problem on their website. No idea. You know, if people want to, take a look, all right, see if you can find other companies that are in California that also are marked as delinquent and see if they're still in operation. That is something that you could disprove, okay? But again, Completionist, Jirard Khalil needs to talk about this. He needs to say this is not the truth. But he probably won't. But if Jirard wants to disprove this right here, right now, he could literally get on Twitter and saying, here is our form that we submitted, basically. Okay? That's all he has to do in order to fix this.
Internet Sin Master sent $5 for more hats. Only in my 20s, excuse me, I have to go shuffle off my mortal coil, because clearly I am a bloody uberlich now age-wise compared to Occo.
Thank you for the 5, I appreciate it, Internet Zen. And Sir Chimpus for $1.99. You feel old, wait till you hit mid-30s. I'm not interested in that. I'm 20s forever. 20s forever, chat. I'm 21 forever.
Thank you, user, for the follow.
But you are correct, Internet. Listen, I know that me saying that when I'm 30 sounds funny. It's like, and there's probably people here in their 40s. It's like, oh, you sweet summer child. It's just like, yeah, I am. It feels weird to say, oh, I'm in my 20s, in an undetermined age in my 20s, and I still have memories from 2006, and 2006 was literally almost 20 years ago. 20 years ago was 2006. We're just gonna keep going. We're just gonna keep going because that's gonna make me feel so. It's gonna make me sad, is what it is. Hag. When are you a hag? Mid-20s or 30s, chat? That's the important question there.
Search button, and the bottom organization is the one that belongs primarily to Jirard. Now you can see, as of me literally recording this video, which it should be edited and going live like literally in the next couple days, it is delinquent. It probably will still be delinquent by the time I upload this fucking video. But that doesn't even really matter in this situation. So if you actually go looking at this organization, you can see that it verifiably is him. It's actually delinquent because it's incomplete filing. In fact, the IRS 990 form is required in this situation. So you might be wondering, okay, well, what is the actual problem? First off, he said that it's not delinquent. It
The age of 30 is in
verifiably is
demand.
delinquent. And if you actually go to the bottom over here, the latest posting is this RCT 451. Again, you can click that, open it up, check that PDF file for yourself. You can see that this is the Open Hand Foundation. And inside the Open Hand Foundation, I'm not just presenting this, I'm going to read it for you. This is a delinquency notice and a warning of assessment of penalties and late fees and suspension or revocation of registered status.
Okay, so as of May 2nd, which is a couple of months ago, actually I think that's close to 6 months ago. So as of 6 months ago, California is saying that they are delinquent and they cannot have, they are not registered and they cannot be a charity, basically. Again, all right? You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to make a poll. I'm going to make a poll. I want you guys to decide, all right? Who is wrong? Callie or Jirard? All right, tell me who you think is actually at fault. All right, I must know. I'm gonna lurk. All right, you enjoy your lurking. I'm 50 plus. Okay, don't tell me your age. Don't tell me your age. All right, we're all 21 in this chat. All right, we're all 21. We're all chilling. All right, we're all 22. You know that Taylor Swift song that I heard multiple different times because I have a sister. All right, don't tell me your age. We're all 22.
This was posted May 2nd, 2025. And if you actually look over here, they even reference legal code in this situation. An organization that is...
Thank you.
Mommy MILF avatar.
Internet Sin Master tipped Octopus Mommy MILF $10. 2006 is 20 years ago. Skeletal screaming intensifies. Why are disturbing jaded spirits on Day of the Dead? Thank you for reminding me Halo 1 came out almost 25 years ago. Gah.
You're welcome. You're welcome. I hope that you've enjoyed that knowledge. If you have enjoyed the knowledge that we are all slowly aging and a lot of the things that we loved are old, hit that like button. All right, hit that like button. Chat. I want to be 25, then I can rent a car. Fair. Unless the mafia got involved, I highly doubt that Jirard has anybody who hates him that much over there. Well, again, it could be as simple as just the government is horrible, and I used to live in California, so I know how bad it is. So I can believe that. Thank you for the follow. I'm getting a lot of follows, probably coming from the video. But I can definitely believe that California just hasn't gotten their shit in a bag, you know? But again, it really is, in my opinion, a true 50-50, where Jirard has to show and California would have to come out and say anything. Although California's not going to say anything to you. You don't really deserve it, in their opinion. It's really just one of those things where Jirard is the only one that can prove this wrong. Otherwise, you know, my personal opinion, he kind of sounds like his thing is still delinquent. Although the thing that you also have to remember is I say like Jirard is the one that has to fix this. Jirard isn't part of the board anymore. He left his position as a member of the board of the Open Hand Foundation after all of this went down. So technically, yes, it is like a thing that is attached to his name, but by the same token, he is not in charge of it. So he probably would not be, well, I mean, he could potentially be in legal problems. I have no idea. I don't know, honestly, now that I think about it. But like the thing is he's not attached to the company in the same way because he is no longer on the board. So I don't know if he could get into the same amount of trouble as he would because of that fact, basically. So really what you should be asking is if the individuals who are at the top of the organization, who are, funny enough, also his family members, if they are able to come out and say that they fixed it. That makes sense. Sorry if I'm talking too much, by the way.
Listed as delinquent is...
We've been live for over an hour and we're only 11 minutes in. This is not good.
Not in good standing and is prohibited from engaging in conduct for which registration is required, including soliciting or disbursing charitable funds. And here they provide California Code Registration Title 11, Section 312, which we'll open separately real quickly, but let's go back here. The organization may also be subject to penalties, yada, yada, yada. Its registration may be suspended or revoked by the registry. Once you submit the delinquent records, you will be notified of the amount of any late fees that are owed. So immediately when you look up that exact title, code, and registration, it belongs to registration must be in good standing to operate or solicit. A person or entity subject to the registration requirements of the Act must be registered and in good standing with the Registry of Charities and Fundraisers to operate or solicit for charitable purposes in the state of California. A registration that is delinquent, suspended, or revoked is not in good standing. See, delinquent is not in good standing. And what are they registered as? Delinquent. Of course, there's no...
So, we came to see your thought. No, I know you came to see my thoughts. I just feel like I ramble on too much, and I'm trying to get better about rambling for hours and hours. But I get what you mean, and I appreciate that. But, see, because Jirard had always said, oh, it's like me not paying a parking ticket. And what's dumb about that, and I remember this because I think that Carl Jobs was hinting to maybe some insidious nature. I don't think it's necessarily insidious. What I think is Jirard doesn't understand, probably because he's a normal human being that doesn't understand tax code, that when you have a parking ticket, you can still drive your car. If that like I don't know if anybody's had one. I've never had a parking ticket, but I've seen plenty of people who have. And my understanding is when you have a parking ticket, you can still drive your car. You are expected to pay off that ticket, though. In fact, and I think this was actually referenced in Carl's video, you cannot get a suspended license because of parking tickets, basically. So that's basically the short and skinny of it. If you get a suspended driver's license, though, which is what I feel like is a more appropriate way to say what has gone on, you are not allowed to drive. You are not allowed to basically operate machinery vehicles that require a driver's license until the suspension of the license has been fulfilled, but like lifted, basically. So that's kind of like where the disconnect is. It's not like an unpaid parking ticket. It is literally just your license has been taken away. You are not allowed to accept donations or solicit donations, and you are not allowed to act as a charitable organization until your license has been returned to you. And I don't, again, necessarily think that the completionist was being malicious when saying that that's what it was. I just think that it's like a case of either he's retarded or he just doesn't know how tax code works, or he was just making an off-comment remark that his lawyers that he claims that he had didn't review. If I make a clip of Parrot, where would you like me to send it? If it's about Cinder, go into the UTT area, put it in the Cinder page. You can get to the UTT Discord through that link. Yes, you can. You can drive on a suspended license. See, I've never had issues with like my license or my car, so I would not know. But it was my understanding that you, if you have a suspended license, you're not allowed to drive, because that's the purpose behind it, is to suspend you from driving until you take some sort of corrective action.
Thank you, user,
basically.
for the follow.
Don't get... Okay. Chad, that's not what I meant. That's not what I meant. Also, don't do that. You want me to put it in the Cinder thread? Yes. No, that's not what I meant. What I meant is, if you're a law-abiding citizen, you're not allowed to drive if you get a suspended driver's license. You are required to stop driving immediately until the court says that you're allowed to drive again, because that's how the law works, basically. That's what you agree to when you get a driver's license. And that, again, that's the big thing, is it's just like, oh, he's saying it's just like having an unpaid parking ticket. He can still accept donations. No, he can't. He is not allowed to operate as a charity until this thing gets fixed and he pays all of the necessary fees and fines and so on and so forth. Can drive with a suspended license, but don't get caught. Okay, that's not what I meant, chat. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying, and I think it's funny, but that's not what I meant. What I meant is you're not allowed to do it. Like, think of it like this: if you get caught, you will get arrested. I thought this was America. I have to hard disavow the encouragement of that. Don't do that. Don't do that. So because you will 100% get if you get you won't 100% get caught, but you can get caught. And if you get caught, I will laugh at you because you broke the law.
Secret behind the scenes update that literally is the public record that anybody donating to this charitable organization should publicly be able to see. And it is prohibited from engaging in conduct for which registration is required, including, but not limited to, solicitation for charitable purposes. A person or entity subject to a cease and desist order is not in good standing. And of course, if you look very carefully at how brazenly terrible this organization is, you can see that on October 9, 2025, which is actually one of the reasons why me and Carl waited to release our videos, is to see if they were brazen enough to run this actual charitable organization. This event, this golf event, while they were delinquent. Look at that. They even got some photos from the 2025 PBD convenience.
Again, this is where it's kind of weird, because it's just like, if they aren't delinquent, this is going to be really crazy when the completionist comes out and says, actually, that's not the case, you know? It is very, very well possible that, like, they are running because they believe they're not delinquent. And again, it could very well be possible that California just dropped the ball on making sure they're not, they're in good standing. But it is, again, 50-50, in my personal opinion, chance that they are delinquent, they aren't allowed to drive, and they thinking too much of cars. They are not allowed to operate as a charity, and they are breaking the law by running their charity when they are actually delinquent. That basically is what I'm trying to say here.
Convenience Cup Challenge, where they actually do have people registered in their organization. The organization that goes to the Open Hand Foundation? Boy, I wonder what their status is. I mean, you can fucking look it up for yourself. So again, when somebody like this blatantly just misrepresents the story, it makes me wonder what else this scumbag piece of shit is willing to lie about. But we'll go into that real quick.
Damn.
I also want to reiterate that, look, at the end of the day, there's going to be three people that you probably don't like. It's me, Carl, and Jirard. And, you know, there's a obvious chance that all three of us can be complete assholes. But the thing is, we're coming with facts and receipts. And I think for people that are uncritically looking at this and just trying to pick a side of which internet personality they like the most, remember one thing, okay? You can either believe him at his word when he says that, you know, they filled some, I guess, forum where, I guess, this whole delinquency status was treated like this unpaid parking ticket, which, you know, I guess could be one thing, or you can actually, you know, use your own brain. Again, I'm not being a conspiracy theorist in this. You can go directly to the government site, verify this information for yourself, and see that what he is saying does not match up with the objective truth that one can look at from the government. So unless the government is fucking lying or not updating these, you know, websites, which would be a whole different controversy, much, much difficult to prove, or, you know, he's just full of shit, which in my opinion is the most likely.
I'd be willing to believe that.
I also decided to go to their actual website, the Open Hand Foundation, and it turns out that the Open Hand Foundation is still, as of this moment, requesting donations. In fact, I even did donate some money, to which, unlike Jirard, I will show you a bank statement from me showing that I have sent $5 to this charity.
He contributed to their illegal... I appreciate that he's blocking out his card, but he's admitting that he sent a $5 donation to the Open Hands Foundation that he believes is delinquent, thus further incriminating an organization. If they're actually delinquent, he is helping them, he is throwing them money to commit crime. He has $5? Yes, he does, Chad. Is this the equivalent of handing a beer to somebody and then telling them to get in the car and drive? Obviously, no, it's not, but it's a funny thought to think about. That's funny.
I believe legally is not allowed to disburse these funds. I mean, why would they keep this shit operating? You would think that they wouldn't be brazen enough to A, run these things possible. Now, obviously, look, throughout my time researching, I think that there is an understanding that sometimes you can believe that things, sometimes you shouldn't attribute malice to things that could possibly be, again, just somebody's bumbling ignorance. But I think, given the rest of the things we're about to see, I have no reason not to believe after 2 years that there isn't a malicious component, personally, inside this entire story. So let's...
Okay, so he's saying that he believes that it has gone from ignorance to malicious. All right. That's a pretty big thing to say. If he better back that up. The Mr. Engineer better back that up with some real truth and facts. Otherwise, things are going to get real. Things are going to get real. So I hope he's got some truth and facts for this. All right, chat.
Let's go all the way to the beginning of Jirard. The reason I showed you this, again, is to show you that Jirard straight up lied. He misrepresented and downplayed this actual delinquency and said it was something like an unpaid parking ticket. Dog, I don't know how fucking stupid you are, but this is actually more like your license getting suspended. It's actually something
he actually mentions it.
Carl right there. It's where your license gets suspended. You're not allowed to operate a vehicle. So to go to the beginning of this video, he makes another misrepresentation into the evidence that he provides in the beginning of this video that I showed.
Two content creators named Carl Jobst and Mudahar Anas made videos
I didn't actually know that was
on
Mudah's
how
last
my
name
family's
until like
charity,
this video.
The Open Hand Foundation, had not made a contribution since
Which doesn't make it a dox, it's just like,
numerous
I imagine his name's out
misleading
there.
statements by myself about charitable partners. Within a matter of days, and before I really had any opportunity to present any information of my own, the narrative had shifted. I was being accused of embezzlement and charity fraud, with Carl and Mudahar directing their viewers to report my family's charity to the authorities, prompting a criminal investigation by the Department of Justice.
Now, this is available purposely for us to read.
And again, as somebody who watched the Carl video, I will tell you that technically, and I don't know what Muda is going to say, but like, this made me do a double take at some of this stuff, because according to Carl, that is not like what that is. All right. According to Carl, what he got was an audit. He didn't get an investigation. He got an audit, which is a little bit different. I don't know if that's like an IRS audit, like if there's any difference in all that, but excuse me. He did not get an actual official like investigation by the DOJ. He got an audit by the state, basically. And both of those are two completely different things, is kind of the understanding that I got from Carl's video. Now, it's been long enough that I probably just need to let Mudahar explain it, because he'll probably explain it better than me. I just wanted to make sure that I threw that out there so you guys understand that according to at least Carl, that's not what he got. And he's actually misinforming people to what actually went on, which is why it's kind of like, again, another layer of scumminess is what I'm trying to say.
This is his notice of audit from the California DOJ. So this is, again, the Office of the Attorney General has a duty to supervise charitable organizations under California Corporation Code Section 5250, and the Government Code Sections 12580 through 12599.8. One of the ways the office...
Didn't Muda and Carl invite him to a Discord call? Yes, he did. They did. And I wonder if he's going to go over that. I don't know. I just remember, because like, here's the funny thing is, after I watched fucking Jirard's response, I listened to a couple other people that went over that video again. I think Quintheo was one that I watched. And like, if you re-listen to the video, it sounds very, Mudahar, there's a lot of stuff, not Mudahar, again, Jirard, there's a lot of information that Jirard doesn't mention in his response, where it's very obvious he's trying to gaslight, or not gaslight, too many people use that word, including myself, but like there's a lot of him trying to emotionally manipulate Mudahar and Carl because of like his circumstances that he alleges, which is why it's just kind of weird listening to him be like, oh, I was kind of forced into this call. I didn't know what I was doing. I was having a panic attack. And then he alleges all these other things that he did, basically.
Office performs its duties by conducting audits of charitable organizations. In this regard, please send the below listed documentation and information to the undersigned within 30 days of this letter. Unless otherwise stated, documents and information produced in response to the below requests are to cover the periods from 2014.
Internet Sin Master donated $10 to change the EP's batteries.
Thank you for changing the EP's light
Jirard
bulbs.
backed that anti-gamer chick Frosk during the failed G4 T-Very launch. It wasn't just the Muda and Carl Jobst crowd who had an axe to grind with the Completionist.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, he did bask Frosk. That was really... It's very true. He did back Frosk, and it was... Yeah.
To the present. Please send copies other than original documents. So again, it is more administrative than it actually appears to be criminal in this situation. So again, for him to say that he's being criminally investigated, which again, I don't know if he is or he isn't, but it's not something that even the DOJ would bring up and tell you. Like, why the fuck would they tell you that you're being criminally investigated? When in history has that ever been a thing where the DOJ has notified their target, yeah, you're being investigated. Must be on your best behavior there, pal. Again, reading through this entire situation, it really is just a audit in this situation, just like a procedural thing, more so than a criminal thing in this scenario, even a civil thing necessarily. But again, because it's from the Department of Justice, I guess it makes it look a little spookier to the audience.
Oh, fuck.
It's almost a situation of...
Sorry, I'm listening to this, but then my boss just messaged me, and he's like, don't forget tomorrow's daylight savings time. Chat, tomorrow's daylight savings. Don't forget to set your clocks back, all right? So that you get extra sleep. I'm probably not going to get that extra hour of sleep based off of tonight's stream after this. But that's exciting. Exciting. Fun. But yeah, it is daylight savings. At least if you're in the US. I don't know if it counts for the rest of the world, but that's cool. Extra hour of sleep? Yes.
Taking a little nugget of truth, a kernel of truth, and blowing it up to astronomical proportions.
Also, somebody asked what I'm making. I'm making a river right now. So I'm working on a biome. I'm building some custom biomes here. This first one is going to be Yellowstone inspired. And the Yellowstone one is going to be a couple of different biomes in one. This first one is hot pools inspired. It's going to have a lot of dry, like volcanic looking land. And there's all these hot pools here that I've been working on and making. And as we get over here, it's going to blend more into a forest-y type area. I'm trying to like look up ideas for like the different forests of Yellowstone, because I want to take Wyoming-based biomes and just kind of like transform this area here, because this whole area is just general plains and forest. So I want to, this whole area right here is just, I'm going to, like, carve it and turn it into custom terrain, basically. Although some of it's not going to be 100% custom. Some of it's just going to be me laying blocks on top of blocks, like I am kind of doing right here. But I also am, like, for this mountain, I'm going to create a plateau-like mountain. I'm going to, like, build up a plateau kind of like deal here. And I think that'll look pretty neat. Kind of cover it as a shell around this whole thing. And yeah, I'm working on custom based stuff. My goal is to kind of just transform this area here into a custom like thing. That's probably like very, 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 very long-term goal kind of like thing, because I'm one person and that takes a long time. But that's my goal, basically. That's my goal. So thank you, Daryl, for the $4.99. I appreciate it.
If you look at the actual corporation code from California, the corporation is subject to, at all times, to examination by the AG on behalf of the state to ascertain the condition of its affairs and to what extent, if at all, it fails to comply with trusts which it has assumed or has departed from the purposes of which it is formed. In case of any such failure to departure, the Attorney General may institute, in the name of the state, the proceeding necessary to correct the non-compliance or departure. Now, even for example, looking through this entire like actual legal code, which you can look for yourself, you can just Google this up if you want to. For instance,
I
Government
appreciate
Code
that he's saying
12599.6, for instance, goes out and tells you charitable organizations and commercial fundraisers for charitable purposes shall not misrepresent the purpose of the charitable organization or the nature of purpose or beneficiary of a solicitation. So this might sound like criminal to you, but again, basic legal research will show you that this is actually not even a criminal code. Basically, from what I've been able to read in the legal code over here, according to Government 12599 Section F, it says it shall be unlawful for any commercial fund.
Can I just ask why he had to like put heavy emphasis on the letter F? I mean, again, I think the thing that's really funny is you can tell Mudahar's pissed off right now. And I believe part of the reason why he's just so pissed is just like his entire being was put, now, to be honest, his entire being was put into question a lot over like the past year. Just because of how he's acted in some cases. And, you know, you can give a lot of shit to this guy. No jokes intended. You can give a lot of shit to this guy because of how he's acted. But, like, when it comes to straight facts, it is just kind of, yeah, I can understand why he might be a little mad. It's just like, listen, get mad at me at the stuff you want to get mad at me over. You know, there's a lot of shit you can criticize me over. But I did I did my journalistic integrity with this shit, and you can't tell me I didn't. It's kind of like it's kind of the feeling I'm getting, is he's just kind of upset that, like, it's being, he did all this research, and now it's getting, like, it's, yeah, basically. YouTube is soft. It's filtering out swearing. Yeah, YouTube doesn't want you to say fuck. Oh, excuse me. Anyway.
Fundraiser for charitable purposes to solicit funds in this state for charitable purposes unless the fundraiser, commercial fundraiser for charitable purposes, is complied with the registration or annual renewing and financial reporting requirements of this article. Failure to comply with these registration or annual renewal and financial reporting requirements shall be grounds for injunction against solicitation in the state for charitable purposes and other civil remedies provided by law. And again, look, there are other documents here.
Why is his microphone changing so much? I guess it's just proof that he spent fucking forever making this video. Why the fuck is his audio changing? Oh! I'm trying hard not to say anything mean, but oh my gosh. Oh fuck! I didn't know this was still going on. It was also welcome.
For instance, Title 11 Law, Division 1, Chapter 15, the Attorney General Regulations regarding administrative enforcement of the supervision of trustees and fundraisers for charitable purposes act.
Holy fuck.
So 999.6, violations of Government Code Section 12580 and whatnot. So, of course, you can see over here the Attorney General may take administrative action for violation of Section 12580 of the Government Code, including but not limited to refuse to register or revoke or suspend the registration of a charitable corporation, trustee, commercial fundraiser, yada, yada, yada. Section 2 is issue a cease and desist order against any person or entity for reasons specified in Section 125.
I got the clip. All right. I won't watch it today, but I'll take a look at it.
Impose a penalty on any person or entity for reasons specified
the good
in
mic
Section
broke.
12591. So again,
it's the only one he could
penalty,
afford.
My understanding is usually just monetary in the situation. When an administrative action is taken, the AG shall provide a written notice specifying the reasons for the actions. An appeal of the Attorney General's actions must be filed within 30 days of the date of the written notice. So yeah, this is all government procedural stuff from what I'm able to read. Now, of course, obviously,
I'm just going to have to take your word for it, Muda, which I don't, because you're also a liar, but
I don't actually believe
I don't know.
Would know that aside from
at this point, I feel like you would kind of have to read the law yourself and ask somebody that might be a legal professional. Like I don't know. I might ask the lolly to watch this and ask her if she has opinions on this, but like at this point, I am not a law person at all, so I'm just gonna have to take it at the word of what we're listening to here, basically.
From the investigating body. In this case, it would be the state of California.
I think we're gonna have her on tomorrow for Dogwave.
And typically, from my understanding, they don't normally notify their targets about any investigations on them until, of course, they're ready to slap them on the face with charges or whatever they deem necessary. Now, the reason why this is important for me to bring up is that Jirard basically brings up this document assuming that nobody is going to read it on the screen or look even slightly deep into it. This was maybe 5 minutes of Google researching into this document. But understandably, you know, people who would just listen to it and be like, okay, wow, it's a criminal investigation. It's super duper serious. Even though
the point that they're making, though, is there is no criminal investigation. It was just an audit by the Attorney General asking them for the stuff, basically. That's what he's saying.
Evidence that there is an active criminal investigation. Now, there easily could be, but the reason why I believe he sets this up is so that down the road, if there are penalties and, you know, there isn't anything criminal down the road, he can just say, listen, guys, I didn't do anything wrong, even though what he's showing is not even in the realm of what he's sort of fluffing up to his audience. You know, there could actually be penalties, and some of them might just be monetary. Some of them may not be there at all. But remember, this is a man that admitted earlier in this video when we were watching it, he knew full well that he was making, you know, deceptive statements, knowing that money hadn't left his charity, and that he knows that there were severe moral failings.
However, even if we never broke the law, serious moral mistakes were still made by myself and the foundation.
I'm
the
glad
open hand
I
took
do
far
remember
too
him
long to
admitting that and being
donate.
okay with
we
it.
never explained why it took so long until after everyone called us out. And I lied about this for all of Indieland's years, both knowingly in 2023 and unknowingly in all the years before.
Now, do I take him at his word for all this? Absolutely not. Again, 2 years ago, I would have been like, sure, maybe the buffoon might have made a dumb mistake. But at this point, I think...
And I do think that is important to point out. It's just like, do you believe him when he says he didn't know about this? I think a lot of people would say probably not. I think a lot of people would say, I feel like you did know, and you are only saying you didn't know because now you have less culpability if something does happen. And it is really as simple as his family coming out and saying something. However, I do kind of get the feeling that Jirard's family's not just going to come out and directly like shit all over him and say that he did know. Like, I have a feeling that, like, you know, if even though it sounds like he doesn't have a good relationship with his family, you know, even though his...
Thank you, user, for the
even
follow.
though he's not, like, really, it sounds like good with his family based off of some of what he said, I also think that, like, if his family is allegedly, okay, and I say allegedly because allegedly is, like, the way to, do it. But, like, if he allegedly is committing a crime, his family is not going to out him because, you know, no rats. I don't know. Doesn't pass the smell. Yeah, I don't know. The thing is, literally, again, just, do you believe him? No. Okay, then it really, yeah, it's, do you believe him? Yes or no? There you go. So, yeah, that's really all you really need to say about it, honestly.
He's nothing more than a malicious buffoon. So do I believe it? No. It's
No.
not, personally, no.
I personally don't believe
But
him.
even if you take his statement currently at face value, he knew that he was making, you know, misstatements. He knew ahead of time, long before me and Carl had even exposed this, that things, you know, were wrong. So again, it's just, it's baffling that he wants to even try victimizing himself just a little bit in the story. Now, at the time when me and Carl had covered the video, I just used like a charity fraud definition as sort of like a catch-all term. But here, Carl had actually sent me something in the past like day about the actual penal code. And one that he brought up to me was actually quite interesting. Now, again, I'm not a lawyer, but I implore people to kind of understand or try to realize what it is. Maybe a lawyer can correct me. Maybe a lawyer can say this is good, solid stuff. But to me, it seems pretty decently solid. So Chapter 8, False Personation and Cheat, Section 532D. Any person who solicits or attempts to solicit or receives money or property of any kind for a charitable, being in this case the Open Hand Foundation, religious or eleemosynary purpose, and who directly or indirectly makes, utters, or delivers, either orally or in writing, an unqualified statement of fact concerning the purpose or organization for which the money or property is solicited or received, or concerning the cost and expense of solicitation or the manner in which the money or property or any part thereof is to be used, which statement is in fact false and was made, uttered, or delivered by that person either willfully and with knowledge of its falsity or negligently without due consideration of those facts, which by the use of ordinary care he or she should have known is guilty of a misdemeanor and is punishable by imprisonment in the county jail for not more than 1 year or a fine exceeding $5,000. So what part of this necessarily is really important? Well, for one, we should probably talk about the unqualified statements of fact.
We are raising money for dementia research in honor of my late mom, trying to help folks who've been impacted by dementia, working with organizations like USF,
This is, by the way, before he gets exposed. He looks like so fucking despondent and sad. It's kind of funny. It's just like he literally. Oh, that I didn't notice what frame I paused on.
Thank you, user, for the follow.
He looks like he is about to like cry. Oh, that is hilarious. That is. I did not mean to pause on that. Oh, that is really funny. It's a good look. Very good look for you, Jirard.
FTD Association of America, Alzheimer's Association of America, and so many more.
So the thing about this statement and what you have to catch up for is when he mentioned...
Did you get that point? He'd been awake for a day or two? Fair enough.
The landlords have been gifted $20 by Internet Zen Master Hassan Disrespecter. To Muda's credit, he's at least pointing us in the direction of the correct laws that might apply to the situation and admits he isn't a legal expert. Which is better than what many YouTubers have done in the last 11 years.
I agree. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, it's just like, you can hate Mudahar and you can dislike a lot of what he's done and who he is. At the very least, he is saying, I'm not a legal expert. You should probably take a look at this yourself. And you should probably ask a legal professional rather than relying on myself or Carl for your information, which, again, to their credit, for as shit as people as they have been over like the last year or two, you know, at the very least they're honest in saying, I'm not a legal expert. You should probably take a look at this yourself. So, you know, take it however way you want to take it. But I think that there is some merit to being honest about something like that. Now, granted, he could be saying that now. I mean, he's been saying it for years, I would say. Mudahar has been honest enough for years in saying that he is not an expert in these kinds of things and you should do your own research. So that's something that, and I say that as somebody who watched Muda for a decent amount of time before all this happened. But you do have to remember that like none of these guys are legal experts and you shouldn't just trust them at their word for it. Entirely. You shouldn't trust me at my word entirely. It's one of those things where, yeah, you should do the research if you want to actually, like, if you want me to be honest with you, yeah, you should just take me at my word. If I say something, you should go look it up and try and get as much information as possible so that you are well informed and you can make choices for yourself, basically. So, you know, again, hate or like Mudahar, you have to give him that he's been consistent on the fact that he's like, you should probably take a look for this yourself, if that makes sense. I liked Muda when he was just reading cringe copy pastas. That's what got him famous. You can't do that shit anymore. He's not gonna do that shit no more, all right? He's got to do other stuff.
Now, what makes this, from my understanding legally, if it's unqualified, is that there was no disclaimer, right? Like, he never at one point was just going like, yeah, by the way, we have like plans going forward. Maybe it might not work. Maybe it won't. Like, there's no disclaimer there. It's just very much a statement that is made.
Yeah, and that's
now,
the
while
problem.
there's no hard-line definition, from my understanding, regarding the unqualified statement of fact, generally, according to the courts, it is just considered usually a representation that is presented as objectively true, not as an opinion or estimate. So generally, you're making a definite factual claim, which it seems like that claim wasn't true, because as we had known, the money had never left the account, and they didn't even have a hard-line set charity to donate to.
Don't trust Occo. That's crazy talk. Yeah, I know. Don't listen. Again, my whole opinion is just do your own research, so that you so that like if I'm wrong, you don't have to be wrong. And I say this. I will take my own advice and try and do as much as I can. I do it for as much as I can. Really quickly, the earlier from Daryl for $1.99. Love me some Mako. Thank you. I appreciate that. And Festiva for $2. Good thing I didn't watch this when I sent it. Yeah. No, yeah. I was like, oh, this might be worth reacting to. And you know what? I'm glad that I decided. I was just like, Not working today. Not working today. Boss overworked, or not overworked, overscheduled some people. He needs some people to take a break. So you know what? We will be that. I can take the day off, and it'll be just fine. What if we ride and die and we're both wrong? I don't recommend. I mean, like, if you really want to, sure. I don't recommend it though. If that makes sense, I don't recommend it. Also, I need to start building down this because this is up a third layer and it's not supposed to all be up there.
Up until literally when me and Carl had basically asked or questioned Jirard and the organization about their charitable contributions. And, you know, I would imagine that as he's sitting over there, he knows that these statements are actually false as they're being made, given that he just admitted in this video that he had knowingly, like, made false statements, even when he knew and ran an event knowing well what the nature of the charity was or what was actually going on behind the scenes. So again, it's just insane to me that he's going to make this entire response video and not really think it all the way through.
Again, the funny thing about Jirard is he claimed in his first video that lawyers reviewed it. I don't believe so. Again, I don't believe that a lawyer actually reviewed some of the statements he made in his first video. Not the one that came out a month ago, the one that came out 2 years ago when he initially decided to respond to this. I don't believe a lawyer reviewed it. Especially with the video that he recently put out, I definitely don't think a lawyer looked at it. Which, you know, he really doesn't... He's not in active investigation with, like, law enforcement. He was asked to an audit. So, like, I don't really feel like there is a need for a lawyer to look over it. Maybe that's just me. Ava could more definitely than not come in and tell me I'm wrong. But, like, I don't believe that he has talked to a lawyer at any point for any of the statements he's choosing to make, that being Jirard. So it's just like... it's just like it is baffling to think that he thinks it's a good response. I need to get more stuff. It's in one of those chests, or I can go grab one.
But again, I'm not a lawyer, okay? Again, I'm just reading the law as close as I can.
You're also not an engineer, but,
and the thing is, ultimately, if anybody wants to refute this, they very much can. But I do personally believe that his actions are now beginning to fall under at least this one point. Now, in Carl's video, he does actually talk a little bit more in depth about other laws that he himself is bringing up that I'm not going to jump into. And this is where I kind of want to make a little slight pivot and talk about a claim that was being made about my content that I just don't think is true. And that is the claim of embezzlement. Now, throughout this entire investigation over 2 years...
Okay, so he's responding to criticism towards himself.
Threw out the claim that I guess we accused of embezzlement. Now, obviously, Carl and I were a bit split when it came to our reporting. I would say that Carl was a little bit on the heavy-handed side. I mean, that's just the way that he
was, definitely.
But I also do believe personally that Carl is somebody that presents a solid amount of receipts and factual understanding, as much as I think anybody reasonably can for researching this in his process. But obviously for me, because I was really getting my stuff checked legally, I didn't want to make assertions or claims that I couldn't 100% verify at that time. Now, embezzlement's a pretty serious claim. And I remember at the time when Jirard had mentioned embezzlement as if it was like a super duper serious accusation, I went to my original videos and I actually found the only claim of embezzlement that I had, or the only mention of it rather, inside my video. And so I want to play that entire clip in context and then discuss it as it pertains to this whole investigation.
Good.
So when we looked into the actual filings and we looked into this event itself and those various photo streams where we saw all those sponsors and tiers listed, unfortunately, adding those figures up, we don't actually see it accurately reflected in the public filings, which, ladies and gentlemen, might I remind you, is not necessarily legal, okay? To understand, if all the money isn't accounted for in a charity when you are raising money for the charity, the government considers that to be illegal. That can be fraudulent. That could be embezzlement. That could be mishandling of funds, which is a severe illegal no-no. Now, obviously, I think there's definitely a claim that you can make where I was saying that, yeah, for sure, absolutely, when it came to him committing fraud, I do personally believe that there was a fraud aspect inside the story. But when it came to embezzlement, for instance, that was the only mention that I could see. And it, of course, when you add in the context that I was talking about a charity or the events where when you started adding up numbers, or I guess as some people saying, doing the napkin math, so to speak, you know, the figures were not aligning correctly. They weren't reporting right. So it didn't look like the money was accounted properly. And sometimes that can lead to fraud, that can lead to mishandling of money, or that could be possibly embezzlement, right? There's a lot of ways, you know, the government who's investigating it can take it. There's a lot of ways that anybody who's reasonably looking into a story can kind of go out that way. Was that a hardline accusation? No, not at all. But again, I don't...
Yeah, I don't think that counted as like a 100% full-throated accusation. I think the thing with Mudahar that people need to understand is he kind of dances around things sometimes, as opposed to Carl Jobs, the guy that did get sued for defamation and lost. Mudahar is way more... flimsy might not be the right word, but Mudahar is definitely more soft on his allegations, and it's probably because he does know, I really don't want to get sued for this, so I'm just going to say it kind of feels like this, but it could also go both ways. It's kind of the way I... when he plays that clip, that's kind of how I feel it was being treated. It's just, oh, it could be this, it could also be something else. This is very weird, very sketch, and I'd like to know more about it before I make a determination, is kind of what I feel he's trying to say is. And I do feel like, you know, again, because Muda does know how to, like, I don't know if fence sitting is the right word, but Muda is definitely one of those guys that will be middle of the road until it's easy not to be, basically. And it really depends for some things, because again, he is like a bit of a flip-flop sometime, especially when it came to the fucking Switch too. Especially when it comes to the fucking Switch too. Sorry guys for buying a Switch 2. I know I said I wouldn't. I know I'm perpetuating the problem by doing it. Who cares? Who fucking gives a shit, man? He did. That's the problem.
Expect people to be applying proper contextual understanding of the story. There's also just a lot to really grab. So part of this video, and the reason it's going to be so long...
God, what are we talking about? Talking about the Mudahar response to the Carl Jobs video. That's it. And so far, it's kind of interesting. I'll say it's very interesting.
And we have to sort of bring people back to the objective truth and the timeline of this whole story. Something that Jirard is completely incapable of doing. Now, there was a couple other things, legal statutes that Carl had sent me, and I highly implore whenever he gets his video, it'll probably be out by now. Like, it'll probably be out like...
Okay, so this video was being edited in between that.
But if you watch his video, he has a couple more legal statutes that he touches upon that I'm not going to necessarily go into. But again, that's for his video to watch. So you should definitely check out Carl's video. But again, I want to go into another situation, his claim with the organization UCSF.
It was around this point that I realized that I was in way over my head. I had just lost my job at G4, and finances were a complete mess all around for myself and my company. I was scrambling to get the Completionist restructured with new ideas and a new tone. And I was practically traveling or doing some work event almost every single week, almost the entire year. But everything was up in the air, and all of it was on me, all at once.
Carl Austin.
And on top of all this was...
You aren't wrong. He did lose in a country that has different laws to America. And one might ask if he would still potentially lose if he was in somewhere like America. I don't know. Possibly, possibly not. I guess you would have to ask a judge or a legal professional. That is actually a cool video. Somebody find a judge or a lawyer to talk about whether or not he would. I guess, like, Ava kind of talked about it. Ava does believe that, like, he dances the line with that kind of stuff. Although I would have to ask her if she thinks that if he would actually, like, lose a defamation suit if he was in America against Billy Mitchell. Is kind of like the question. And the answer to that is a maybe, I would say. So I need to stop building up there. I need to start building down.
Was the news that I now had to fix a problem that had been unknowingly brewing for several years.
Now again, the thing about Jirard that's really funny over here is that Again, if you take this statement at its value, he's almost trying to like paint himself as sort of like this unknowing victim. Like, guys, I had all these responsibilities. You know, I had to misrepresent this charity. I had to misrepresent these statements. And, you know, eventually this problem is just brewing the whole time. What problem was that? A problem that me and Carl didn't even bring up the entire time? Like, you knew ahead of time there was something wrong, and you still went through and ran your operation, thinking that, you know, nobody was going to be the wiser. Had you been completely honest and truthful about the charity that, you know, you guys were completely mishandling, let's be completely real here, I think things could have went a different way. Sure, would people have been pissed then? But at least it would have been better than how it would have ended up blowing up, especially with the response that he had given.
However, even at this point, I couldn't just do whatever I wanted. And this is where the real conflict started. I tried my best to express how upset I was, how upset all of you would rightfully be, and that this could cost me and so many people who worked with me everything we had created and built together, and I was simply brushed aside. I had learned the hard way that the charity world moves at a glacial pace, and I've been going around touting all these organizations and all the good we'll be doing for many years, only for all of it to be a bunch of empty promises.
Again, you have to wonder. He says this and he makes this claim, and it's just like, I could potentially see this. But at the same time that he is saying this, he is throwing his family under the bus, saying that my family is the reason why I couldn't do this. It's my family, chat. All right, it's just family. He's got to keep his family safe. He's got to protect the family. And it's just like, motherfucker, there is no fucking way, in my personal opinion, that you did this charity for as many years as you did. I mean, maybe there is. Maybe his family doesn't like it. See, it really does go back and forth, because either his family doesn't like him enough to clue him in on what they're doing, or his family likes him too much to not reveal that he is like somehow part of the problem. And I really don't know where to go with that. I don't know. I don't know. It's just like, how did he not know? Because he was also on the board. That's the other thing, is he was on the board for this. He was in charge of being on that site. And like, you know, I don't know how all boards work. I don't know like what they did and didn't include him in. But it's just like, you're telling me that you didn't know about this till literally a couple years before. You know, Dodgers game started. Have fun with that. So I don't know. I don't know. It's a really funky situation. And I, unfortunately, well, I don't really care either way. Unfortunately for him, I don't really care to believe him at his word for it, because there has been so much lying that, yeah, I'm sorry, but I don't trust you that you did not know. Because it's like, how the fuck could you not have known? Like, you were one of the primary guys to bring in money for the organization, and you're telling me you didn't know that the organization was like stiffing and not actually like making money. I find that hard to believe. I legitimately just find that hard to believe. I don't know. Enjoy your Dodgers game, by the way.
Promises. Even after I stepped up my best efforts to donate
I'm
as
in creative.
fast as possible.
No, I am not in creative. I am using mods. This is the equivalent exchange mod, or a mod that's kind of like it. Oh, excuse me. No, I am not in creative. I would not have fun if I was in creative. I would lose my drive to do it really quickly. Because I thought about it, but I want to do this in survival with a couple of mods. Yeah.
Would never be good enough.
And by the way, I am going to get rid of that mod once I'm done with this biome, because I think that I want to gather blocks by hand, because it helps out. I wonder if any charities over the years could sue him for naming them. I don't know, maybe. That's not a question that I unfortunately could answer, but it is possible, because he is misrepresenting that he's helping them and they're not getting any money. If I were those charities, I'd be like, where's this money you allege that you got? Enjoy the rest of your day. Well, thank you. You have a good day too. You have a good day too.
As every decision I wanted to make now had to be approved by a long list of people on both the open hand side and the potential benefactors that I have been speaking with. So I feel that some context on my family might be helpful right here. I'm the youngest of 5 in a first-generation Lebanese immigrant household. My dad has always loomed large in every aspect of my life, and that absolutely extended to my own experiences with the Open Hand Foundation, and at times,
and again,
my own business.
He is throwing his family under the bus, saying that it's not my fault, guys. They don't respect me. And okay, cool. I can understand that. Fair enough. You know, in a household that you're alleging that you live in, sure, I could potentially see that your dad has a lot of things that he wants you to be and your other siblings to be, and you're the youngest of 5 where your other brothers are doing other things and you're the video game guy. Cool, sure. But like I just don't believe that they chose to keep you out of everything. That just doesn't fly to me. Like what are you such a goody two shoes? Is kind of like the idea that I'm thinking of. Are you such a goody two shoes that they kept this from you because they didn't want you to know that they were doing it? It's kind of like the result that you come to.
The expectations were that I should have been an engineer or I should have been a lawyer. Instead, I'm a video producer who plays video games on the internet for a living. If you ever watched the Completionist live show from a few years ago, then all of this should sound pretty familiar to you. I did not have the final call on any major decisions when it came to the open hand and its finances. I was one of many people in charge.
So obviously, a lot of this comes down now to him, again, may I remind you, admitting in this video that he knew for a period of time before me and Carl had ever exposed this, that something was wrong, that the charity was not actually distributing the funds to the organizations that it was stating. Now here's the thing, I get it. Obviously, this is not just his charity, it's a charity involving his dad and, his various other siblings, right? So there are votes that one needs to take. Now here's the thing, being that he was a former director of this charity, he had a responsibility legally to be on the up and up. And you could say that, oh, maybe he wasn't there, maybe... Then he's not meeting his actual responsibilities, the baseline responsibilities for operating a charity.
No, yeah,
now, the thing
I
is,
agree.
He starts doing this whole, like, daddy issues thing where, I'm the first generation, like, immigrant of a Lebanese-American family. Here's the thing, I'm a first-gen immigrant. In fact, if anything, I am, in fact, the immigrant, okay? All right? I was born abroad, came here. And the thing is, I get it. His dad sounds like a proper fucking asshole. And don't get me wrong, his brother, Jacques, I think is slightly a slimier piece of shit than Jirard.
Oof.
But then again, I don't care.
I did kind of get that impression from when they first talked about this, that his brother was worse than he was. I didn't think that he would be, like, getting out there like that. Oh, that's funny, though.
If your dad is overbearing or if he's, like, sort of this patriarch. At the end of the day, you are a man as old as I am, okay? And when it comes to operating and running a business, these are things that I'm sure...
Okay, Mudahar, you can't say that when you literally had months where you wouldn't acknowledge the drama that you had. And now, technically, not acknowledging drama is how you move past it. But you did it in such a pussy-whipped way that it's just like, I don't know, man. I don't know. You can't really just say, guy, get it together, look at me. And it's just like, but you don't 100% have it together. What do you mean? What do you mean, Mudahar?
Jirard knows. These are things Carl knows. These are things that I know. Even if you just took the enterprise of our YouTube channels as a sole fact in that comparison. So the thing is, if they're going to run this charity, you should have, at your own behest, not done Indieland, right? That was under your corporation. That was under your company. That was under TOVG. So you didn't really have to go you don't really have to go and run this charitable event knowing that the charity wasn't exactly meeting its responsibilities. Again, when you really analyze the story and the statements and the parties involved and just the basic facts of this case, then even his statement doesn't make sense. If anything, it just sounds like he's really keen on throwing the dad, maybe even the
100%.
siblings, basically under the bus. If it means
It's dad's
that he can
fault.
sort of skate by.
It's dad's fault that the charity is struggling. It's not my fault. I didn't know. I mean, when I knew, but it's not my fault. It's my dad's fault. Look at my dad. My dad's an asshole. All right, my dad's a fucking prick. I'm gonna play to the sensibilities that some of my audience probably has shit parents. And guess what? My parents suck, and I had to do what they wanted. Otherwise, wouldn't get the charity money donated. Couldn't donate the money for charity, so my mom would get honored. That's kind of what it's kind of what I felt. So that's kind of what I felt. And yeah, I'm glad that other people are pointing it out. It's just like I don't know, man. I don't know, man. Again, I get it. There's some shit that really sucks in this whole thing, but. Oh, wow. Anyway, let's move on.
Right? He wants you to really, he's trying to be like almost a hero, a victim of the story. I get it. He's taken some responsibility in the situation, and I almost do applaud that. But then again, when I see the sliminess over here, this is not coming from somebody that is genuinely apologetic or somebody that genuinely wants to provide you any form of information. This is somebody that, you know, basically has taken a hiatus, and now he needs to make some money. Maybe he's in on the outs with it. Maybe he's on the outs with his family. I don't really know. I'm not going to care to speculate on that. But he needs to come back and earn some living, okay? Earn some money. And this is sort of like a almost attempt at saving face. Really, like, I think Carl pretty much put it best for me when we were investigating this again, is that really this is more Jirard capitalizing on the controversies that Carl had gotten into, that I had gotten into, than actually providing fair answers. Which is fine, I get it. Sometimes you're the hammer, sometimes you're the fucking nail. But I refuse to be the fucking nail getting hammered by this goddamn idiot, okay? Simple as that. So again, really analytically think about a story. Even if the family members are total pieces of shit and they've basically voted him out, right? He didn't have to run charitable events knowing full well the nature of how bad things have gotten.
/octopus mommy milf avatar.
Internet Sin Master tipped Octopus Mommy MILF $10. So Jirard is throwing his family under the bus unintentionally painting immigrants in a bad light, because online nuance is dead. People will use Jirard's family as Exhibit A. Do I have it right?
Well, I definitely wouldn't do that. That's kind of racist to do so, in my personal opinion. You shouldn't use the idea of an immigrant family coming over and potentially, allegedly, other people's speculation, not mine, committing charity fraud. You shouldn't use that, all right? That's kind of mean, especially since some immigrants that come over, they're good people. But that's what Jirard's saying. That's what Jirard's implying, that his dad, who came over, like, he is the guy who came over. He came over, and after his wife passed away, started committing allegedly charity fraud. So that is indeed what is the inference here. I feel like it's kind of insidious when you think about it.
He could have just completely...
I agree, but people react like that. No, yeah, I know exactly what you mean, and it is kind of unfortunate, but is what it is.
Stalled that event. He could have just said, hey, listen, we're going to skip Indieland for this year, and then he could have kept working behind the scenes to make sure that money is donated. And when it is, he could have probably announced that to the public, maybe explained things in grander detail then, but not actually raise money and make statements he shouldn't have made, even at the time when he knows that things were wrong, right? Like, it's stuff that, again, it's easy to get confused in this situation because it's been 2 years and the story is kind of pretty massive, right, in terms of what you have to know. But it's easy to get gaslit. But I refuse to be gaslit because I was one of the principal investigators in the story. Now, mind you, when it came to a message that, Carl had received, remember, to understand the timeline of this investigation, Carl had actually emailed the Open Hand Foundation ahead of time in this situation. Because obviously, if you're going to be covering a story, you probably do want to get every side. So Carl had sent out an email inquiring about this situation. To which, even in their response email, they had said, while we understand the necessity of due diligence and charitable engagements, the insinuation of wrongdoing on the part of the Open Hand Foundation...
I know you're joking, but... Damn it.
Foundation is both unwarranted and unfounded. We conduct our operations within the bounds of legal and ethical standards. So, in this statement alone, they're saying, bro, there's nothing wrong going on. But here he's admitting that there was a big problem brewing in the back end, okay? I didn't know it. We were doing things wrong unknowingly, and then I did things wrong knowingly. Like, homie, what the fuck are you saying? Did a lawyer check this at all?
No, a lawyer did not check it.
Now, remember, he says the word, like, he says that, hey, we don't want people to think that there's, like, empty promises going out. Bro, in your Indieland event, you were basically saying that you were directly working. You were working with these you were naming these organizations directly. There wasn't even a disclaimer that was given, okay? That is the issue.
We are raising money for dementia research in honor of my late mom, trying to help folks who've been impacted by dementia, working with organizations like USF, FTD Association of America, Alzheimer's Association of America, and so many more.
Now, he also mentions that charities work at this glacial pace, so it took them a while for them to actually stack this kind of money. And of course, this is where he comes with the excuse he's running for in this video, where apparently they were wanting to stack just crazy amounts of money. Like they wanted to have one giant donation that they could send in a restricted fashion.
However, after we finished our 5th show in November of 2022, I spoke with my family about all the good we were doing, and I really wanted to get a representative from one of our charity partners to come and speak at Indieland 2023. Only then did I learn that the Open Hand Foundation had never made a contribution since its founding, and there were no official partners. All the money was sitting there, untouched and accounted for, ready to be donated. But at the time, there was a massive disagreement between myself and my family. I personally thought it was important that the money be donated right away. Meanwhile, my family's perspective was very different than mine. They had been negotiating with several organizations to establish contracts to take a bulk sum of money as a restricted donation.
Now, this is an interesting point, and honestly, I probably wouldn't have even made these videos from my angle if he had just told me any of this in our initial Discord call, which, as you remember, has been publicly available for 2 years, but one snippet I dug out of it was really interesting. So they've got the story about a restricted lump sum donation, but listen to this portion of the Discord call.
Yeah. Well, what... I'm not trying to ask for forgiveness. I'm not trying to hide this, but what would you guys like me to do? Because I want to do right by everyone involved on my side, and I want to absolve myself of this as best I can.
User, for the
and I know I
Thank you for the
can't.
follow.
And, you know, you guys are some of the biggest creators in the space. When you guys will, whatever you guys will say, this is going to follow me for the rest of my life. And I just want to be able to do right by you guys and by my community and by my family at this point. And I just want, you know, like I literally am about to like donate all this money today. And prior to that, earlier this week and the week before, and I've just been sitting here crippled trying to figure out the best way to handle this, because I felt like if I donated the money the minute you guys emailed me, it'd be a situation of, well, he's trying to hide it and he's admitting guilt by doing that.
Thank you, user, for the follow.
I never felt that way, but I understand completely that you guys could easily argue that, and it would just make me look more like a scumbag. And, you know, I just want to, you know, I want to do right by you guys.
You know.
When you guys got the email and I said, please tell us about benefactors, that was genuine, because I haven't found a benefactor that I'm completely happy with. And
so literally, as this call is happening, he's telling us on the call that he literally has not found a benefactor that he's actually happy with, or anybody that would be a beneficiary to their, you know, generous grant.
Muna, you need to fix your audio. It goes up and down. It's so annoying.
Now, granted, it's still unethical that you haven't relayed that anywhere, but again, the story just keeps changing all the fucking time. And the thing is, it's easy to get gaslit in this entire story and not know what's going on, but you have to really go through the weeds again and look through the facts of this case, the actual, you know, timeline, and see for yourself that realistically at the end of the day, you know, based on how he relayed this to us, he was more worried about his image, right? Which I guess
he definitely was.
So we are all public figures. That's something that, you know, is we all give a shit about. But I always really, and especially now, think that the whole charity thing was very much an afterthought. Okay, this charity was more a vanity thing to me. At least it appears more like a vanity project to me. But again, let's go back to the facts of this, right? Now, of course, he mentions that, look, there's a lot of problems that have gone on. He brings up the idea that, listen, we you know, I got to go through just layers of communication. He never once in this entire video or in his Dropbox.
You put money in an account that draws interest. The longer it stays, the more interest doesn't have to be donated. This is true. Well, I will correct myself. I don't really know how that all works. I'm not a charity. Again, the biggest problem that I saw a lot of people pointing out is that inflation, basically. That's kind of basically it. So excuse me. I don't know if they put it in there and they were accruing interest on it. It is possible. There's just a lot about it. There's a lot of little details where it's just like, I really would like to know kind of how that aspect worked. But again, my whole thing has just been, you're losing money because it's depreciating in value, my man. How are you? Why are you not like, at the very least, again, you tell people what's going on, and people are going to be less inclined to be pissed off at you. Basically. You know, I'm not an accountant, so I could be wrong, but... Oh, excuse me. Oh, fuck, we're only 45 minutes into this. We're not going to finish this today, chat, by the way, because in 3 hours, I have Warhammer Saturdays, or something to do with Slaneshi Saturdays, I don't know, where we're learning about Warhammer lore. So in 3 hours, I'm going to be switching over to that, but we'll try and get through as much of this as we can. I hope you've been enthralled. If you have enjoyed my my Foxu reactions, make sure to hit a like. Make sure to hit a like. So, yeah.
Or Google Document Drive or whatever, throws any of these emails in, right? Which is funny because if you actually go back to the call we had, he does in fact admit that he had these long line of recorded communications.
Did anyone tell you that the money was going somewhere before then? Were you being misled?
No. No one told me anything. I assumed that it was all going to a charity.
Which is retarded, by the way.
I assumed incorrectly.
I would like to know what kind of account it was.
You still thought it was going to the UCSF?
Yeah. How far am I into this reactor? Pretty damn far. I got to build the. I got to build this area because it's supposed to be a lake. Got to build a lake for the reactor. You know, right under here is the reactor. The reactor core right here, chat. All right, we got the reactor core for the nuclear, not my nuclear power facility. So, thank you for asking. I appreciate it.
Whether it's UCSF or a partner that's also on our website, because we don't have any other benefactors currently. Like that's why I was like, well, they're taking care of it, but nothing was ever brought to my attention. I just knew that conversations were happening between Alzheimer's Association of America, AFTD Foundation, UCSF started a new organization, I think called like Bluefin or Blue Group, which is like supposed to be their 501c part of their organization. So I know I have a paper trail of us talking to other organizations as early as 2020 and 2021 in an attempt to pay them what they were owed. And most of the conversations we had from some of the bigger orgs like Alzheimer's, they were like, look, if you're not going to pay more than 6 figures or 6+ figures of what they asked for, then you're just going to waste it. So the goal on the back end for my family that I've been told is like, we're just going to raise a bunch of money and then give it to one org and like make a bigger impact rather than just giving smaller donations that don't move the needle.
So you're telling me this scumbag can go through all of Carl's dirty history, catalog that, and put it into a Google Drive, but he just can't go to his Gmail or whatever mail service he uses, Control F, and find the actual communication and email threads? Like, you're telling me you can't find a single...
Listen, Muda, I know you're upset, and I agree with your point here. It's just kind of funny for you to say that. Thank you, Muda, for... I don't know why that's so funny, but it is.
Single email to put up on the screen and mention it. He said that 2 years ago in a fucking call, and he can't bring that up now? And also, I wanted to include the part where they do talk about the donation.
It's a good point, though. It's a very good point.
You know, something be made that could push the needle even further. And while he, you know, didn't mention the word restricted right there and then, the ultimate reality of it is I still don't buy the story even after his explanations, because ultimately they didn't really have a partner decided at that moment yet. It was just keep throwing money into this entire account until, I guess, at some point, whenever that may be, we'll find somebody, discuss it with them, and have a big restricted donation. And here's the thing, I would actually believe all of this if you could provide one exact, just any email, any recorded correspondence with any of these mentioned entities. Remember, there are many groups that they talk to, and they can provide, again, one of these like conversation threads, which I guess they've had recorded for years now. They couldn't provide any of these to show that, yes, the ultimate goal at the end of the day is to give you $1 million, whatever it may be, down, or a large lump sum of money, so we can move that needle further. At some point, okay, you got to tell your dad as an adult to stop fucking you in the ass. Okay, I get it. Family is tough. That's why I don't mix my family with business. Right?
god, she's got milkers!
Internet Sin Master discovered mom has milkers and gave $5. Wait, Occo. You're making a reactor in Minecraft? It must be named Chernobyl. For the memes.
I'm not actually. Maybe eventually. This is just a lake. Not like at some point you gotta tell your dad to stop butt fucking you in the ass. You Muda. Thank you, Mudahar. Oh, that's awesome. I appreciate that, Mudahar. Thank you.
Right, simple as fucking that. But the thing about it is, it's not necessarily your dad's fault. It's not even your dipshit brother's fault. You are also a director, which means that you have responsibilities to at least ensure that this money was sent. You had a responsibility to know everything that was going on in the situation,
which he did.
And make
yes.
sure you weren't during your times leading up and making false statements. The fact that this guy knew for a year and still decided to withhold it for you
that was awesome.
shows that he's not really somebody that is to be trusted in this situation. He is a poor steward of this donated money, and ultimately, at the end of the day, he has a lion's share of that responsibility being one of the directors. I get it. Family fucking sucks. I'm sure your dad sucks. I'm sure your brother sucks. I'm sure a lot of people suck. I'm sure a lot of people in your family fucking suck, okay? I get it. But it still doesn't absolve you of the sins made here.
The expectations were that I should have been an engineer or I should have been a lawyer.
Ha, your dad wanted the E word? The lawyer?
Not the dreaded E word. This man's been raped by that word so much. Not the E word.
Dad wanted you to be something more than a gamer, dude. Therefore, it's okay to misrepresent what's happening in my organization. Like, really? Like, come on, are we seriously doing this? Come on.
I did not have the final call on any major decisions when it came to the open hand and its finances. I was one of many people in charge.
Again, I get it, all right? Family sucks. And, you know, his dad seems like a real unbearable asshole to be around, I'm pretty sure. And look, I don't care what your family wanted you.
All I need now is his dad to come out and say, Jirard is claiming all these things about me that just are not true. I don't think, I mean, it could be entirely true that Jirard's dad sucks, but it's just like, if that's not the case, oh man, I could just imagine a video where his Father Khalil, comes out and says, my son is a fucking pussy. Hi, I'm new. Hello, I'm new. My name is Mom. My son's a beta bitch who has to lie about me. I don't know why I'm giving him like a southern accent, but I don't want to attempt a Lebanese accent. I feel like people will call me racist if I do that. Just, my son is calling me things. And it's not true, but I did fuck him in the ass with this. He's such a beta bitch, it might as well have fucked him in the ass. No, it's just like, yeah, Jirard's acting like a fucking idiot. Alabama. Oh no. Oh no.
Or what you wanted you to be. Look, at the end of the day, you're a man that
Ethan
made
Khalil.
a successful YouTube
Is that his
channel,
name?
Therefore turned it into a successful enterprise. Probably overblew it with the amount of people he had to hire, but that's a whole separate story. At the end of the day, you are a responsible adult, okay? And look, at the end, it doesn't matter, okay? You did something pretty successful. You should.
That does bring up another thing where it's just like Jirard is trying to act like a child and just say, it's not my fault. He's literally pulling a DSP. It's like, I did nothing wrong. I did nothing wrong. I did everything correctly. What the fuck is going on? Just like nobody's supporting, and I did everything right. Chat, come on. That's like literally what he's doing. He's got to put off everything on his dad.
Master send $5 for more hats. If Jirad's dad pulls a pirate software dad and calls out Jirard for being a little brat, that would be peak and solidify his status as a lol cow.
It would. It would. It would. Let's continue.
Be proud of it. You should, not take what your family said. Look, if my dad came up to me and said, "Beta, I wish you were this instead of that," I would probably have to tell my dad, I'm like, "Dad, listen, I'm a responsible."
He did it, not me. At least he's the one sounding Indian. I mean, he is Indian. But at least he did it and I didn't. Thank you, Mudahar.
Responsible adult that's doing pretty successful in my own life, so it is what it is. But my dad would never do that, so frankly I don't have that understanding. I don't have that I guess connection. I don't have those daddy issues. But again, the
good to know, Mudahar.
Again, they don't absolve you from the fact that as a adult, as somebody that was a former director to this foundation, and as somebody that knew well after 2022 that before me and Carl had ever asked you about this, you knew the money was sitting in an account. Why did you choose to run an event under your own organization, right? Like, you as an adult should at least have the autonomy over your own company. Otherwise, are you even running your own organization? Like, these are questions that I think anybody should be asking. But again, the audience...
Should Jirard be banned from having a company because his daddy hasn't given him permission to do it? Should we should we petition that one video gamer gets closed and its assets divided because his daddy didn't give him permission to run the company? I feel like that's what we should petition for. I feel like by the way, I am joking when I say this. I feel like one video gamer needs to be shut down because Jirard doesn't know how to advocate for himself. And because his dad clearly hasn't given him permission. His dad wanted him to be an engineer, all right? His dad wanted him to go out and actually do something that's not, like, video game related, And I can relate, I think my parents wanted me to do something other than my current job plus this. But, my parents are proud of me now. I mean, they're proud that I'm making money. But it sounds like Jirard's got classic parents that want him to actually not be a bitch. So... maybe his parents need to take away his company like it's a toy until you can fucking find some fucking backbone. Oh, Jirard, we're going to take away your company. I don't know why. Jirard, we're going to take away your company because you don't know how to be an adult. I don't know why they're Mexican. Oh, fuck. Yeah, Jirard, you don't deserve to be on the internet. If your parents are the problem, you might want to get off.
What he's doing is he's emotionally playing to the audience, and he's like painting himself as this like big victim in this highly patriarchal like organization. Brother, again, if you buy this, I think I might have to question your mentality amongst his. But yeah.
Amen. By the way, I need 2 seconds. Give me 2 seconds. I'll be right back, chat. I need to grab something. For food. Oh, that's not it. Oh gosh, you got Minecraft sounds in the background. Okay. We shall continue. We shall continue. Okay, so... oh, I see what you did there. All right, let's continue. I'm going to be eating a little bit because now I got French fries that I would like to consume.
Again, really just critically think for a second and realize that, look.
By the way, look at the baby. The little fox yippy. She's the little skittish one. She's so cute. I don't know why putting different hair on the yippy makes her brand new and cute, but it's amazing. She's also got a cute little collar. Look at her. She's so cute. I love her. I love her a lot. We're only 48. Oh, we're never getting through this video. I hope you guys are enjoying it, though.
This is simple deflection rather than, you know, complete ownership of the actions taken here.
So when I learned the truth, I made it my goal that no matter what happened, the money had to get donated. There was no other outcome that I would allow.
But the reality of it is that you knew ahead of time things were wrong, and then
The
you
new
still
favorite
went
yippee?
into your own
All
event
yippies are
in
created
Elite
equal,
and
but
made
this one is the
misleading
cutest.
statements, okay? You're not the hero of the story. You're not even like, you're not somebody that is like, you're not somebody that should be sympathized with, okay? I feel bad that your relationship with your dad is that of like a tyrant, a dictator, and a fucking, and the dictated in this situation. But that's not anybody's problem. You shouldn't have went on stage and on stream. You should have just canceled the events outright and, you know, probably been upfront and real on your end, okay? Doesn't matter what your family says. They involved you in this situation, okay? You know, you can feel bad for a guy, and sure, I do somewhat feel bad. I'm not going to deny that. But he's my age, okay? At some point, you have to fucking stand up for yourself, okay?
I
You can't be
agree.
a little bitch
I
your
agree.
whole life. But then again, I feel...
I agree, Mudahar, and you should also not be a bitch your whole life. Sorry, I don't mean to do that, but like, yes, Mudahar, you also should not be a bitch your whole life. Oh goodness.
I feel like this is just leading into the layers of manipulation in the story.
And that's where the real nasty core to all of this is. Nobody embezzled or touched any money, no crime was committed or covered up here, and the results of the Department of Justice's investigation will hopefully one day be proof of this.
No crime was committed or covered up. Homie, you just admitted that you made misleading statements knowing full well the reality of the situation behind the scenes, and you knew bad things were brewing. I mean, I just don't understand how, like, you should have had a lawyer watching this video. I don't get why you didn't. It makes no fucking sense.
Because he's retarded, is
How
what
can
he
you
is.
say that you didn't do something wrong? These are so many contradicting statements that I'm actually surprised I or Carl have to make a video. People should just watch this and understand, wow, what a fucking piece of shit. Simple as that.
A few days later, on November 10th, I received a message from another creator, Mutahar and Us, also known as Some Ordinary Gamers. I respected and trusted Mudahar, so when he asked if I wanted to hop on a Discord call to talk about a discrepancy with some of the Open Hand Foundation's publicly available documents, I agreed, thinking, hey, you know what? Maybe we could chat this out and clear the air, no problem. Mudahar never once asked about the laws or regulations that Carl had asked about, so I had no reason to think they were collaborating together, especially since they had no prior history together online. I hopped on the call, assuming that this would just be the two of us, until my surprise, I saw Carl join. The rest of what's publicly available to all of you is essentially me having a panic attack while trying to be transparent
definitely
with
is
two
having a
creators
panic
I
attack.
respected at the time, all at the behest of throwing my friends and family under several
Which you're still
buses.
doing right now, by the way.
Oh man, you respected me at the time. I respected you, Mudahar. What's wrong with you? Now, I want to just kind of preface this and bring up the idea that what he's basically doing over here is invalidating. It's almost making us sound like the fucking TMZ of the internet. And to this, I'm going to also admit some of my, I guess, little faults here. Because I do definitely admit that there was something that I could have done better over here. But I am going to recontextualize that this asshole was absolutely not...
Please show the DMs. Please show the DMs. Please show the DMs.
ambushed. So to give you an idea of what's actually gone over all
Please show the DMs. Please show the DMs.
I want to just start off with the actual story here. Now, on November 7th, Carl sends an email to Jacques, Jacques being Jirard's brother, Thank you for the detailed response. I would greatly appreciate it if you could clarify a few things for me. Why do you have UCSF listed as a benefactor on your website? Yada, yada, yada. So again, this was sent on November 7th, and you can read it for your for whatever. If you want to pause the video, go ahead. That letter that Carl wrote was actually a response to this letter from the Open Hand Foundation, right? This initial correspondence. So they knew Carl had reached out. Now, this moment in time, behind the scenes, me and Carl were working on this the whole time. But of course, I decided to reach out to Jirard. So on June 21st, 2022, I was like, LMAO, we hit follow at the same time. And of course, he goes, that's crazy. Dig your stuff, man. Hope you're doing well. Your tweet on Radio Shack got recommended to me. Okay, that's great right there. So then, of course, obviously, over a year passes. November 10th comes by, to which I ask, hey, man, I was wondering if you'd be free for a call. We got tipped off about a discrepancy with your guys' charity.
He is showing the DMs. I'm so happy.
Just wanted to run some of the public documents with you and get your side of the story. Doing due diligence here. Which, of course, obviously, he responds and goes, yeah, man, of course. I figured this was going to come up sooner rather than later, and that something huge was coming. It's been building the last couple days. I'm in the middle of meetings for the next hour or so. Would you give me a couple of hours? So he knows that something is coming up. He knows well in advance. He
wasn't ambushed, basically.
From Carl the whole time. So obviously he knows. You know, he knows something is happening. And I do mention...
Is he someone running around? Oh, yeah. It's that guy.
Now, again, maybe I could have done better. And this is where I'll explain. Maybe I could have just used the word Carl here. But he makes it sound like that I had ambushed him with Carl in a call, which was absolutely not true. So, of course, he then messages me later down the road. He says, Discord or phone. So
I think that, if anything, all right, if anything, he should have clarified we as Carl and him. That's, like, really it. Other than that, like, it's one of those... Ooh, excuse me. It's one of those things where...
Thank you, user, for the follow.
I really don't care about this detail. Because, like, you're already still on the hook. It's kind of like when a criminal's like, oh, you entrapped me. Just like, what do you mean? No, I didn't. No, I didn't. You knew the detail. I mean, like, you knew that we were researching this. I didn't entrap you by having another person in there. Like it doesn't really, in my personal opinion, that doesn't really matter. That's my personal opinion, though. I don't know. It's just like, oh, they entrapped me. He brought in somebody that was already doing the research. Okay? Yeah, and? I just don't get it. I don't get it.
This is like a couple minutes later, and I said, yeah, no worries. I'm in my office all day. Discord works for me. So then he mentions his, he gives me his Discord tag, which I'm going to block out just because that's his Discord tag. And to which he goes, sweet, sent you a request. Let me know when you're good to call. I need a couple hours here myself. So he says, I'll let you know soon. Now, again, at this point, I was kind of expecting that the call was never going to happen. And I even mentioned it back when my investigation started. I was like, listen, he's in meetings. He's probably talking to a fucking lawyer, and he's probably not going to want to say a word to me. So then, of course, he goes and says, I'm good whenever. And I said, perfect, want to call in 30. So at this moment in time at 5:19, I send this message. And he says, sure. Now, of course, at 5:43, I mentioned added you to a group chat. Calling. So, of course, at 5:43, I invite him to a GC. Now, again, I assume that being fucking gamers, he probably knows what the fuck a GC is. But I don't know, maybe Jirard is actually completely stupid and he has no idea what a GC is, but that's really difficult for me to believe, okay? But now I'm going to show you the Discord messages that I don't believe he linked in his actual, like, evidence thread here really quickly. So inside my communications with the Completionist at 4:41 p.m., he says, hey man, I'm finishing up my meeting. I'll be available in a bit. Then, of course, at 5:06, he says, ready whenever you are. So 5:43 p.m.
So ready whenever you are. Oh, never mind.
I say, sure, inviting you to a group chat. So, of course, 5:43, I then invite him to a actual group chat, to which that group chat starts right over here. So again, if I was just going to call him, I would have just called him on my actual, like, Discord. That would have just been normal. I would have just sent a call to him, which I didn't. And obviously, why would I invite you to a group chat? Why would I even mention a group chat if there wasn't another participant the whole time? Again, his claim that this is an ambush is just insane when you just basically apply some critical thinking to the story. Even if you go with the idea that he's ambushed, again, if he's going to get called in a group chat, it shows all of our bubbles. Carl's profile picture is pretty distinct. I believe it hasn't even changed. So ultimately,
No,
at
Carl's
the end
been
of the
consistent
day,
for,
he
like,
pressed
ever.
that green button knowing full well what he was walking into. So then the call starts, which lasts 33 minutes, which is where he disconnects for the first time in that call. So then I'm like, hey, we know you're having connection issues at the moment. I think we pretty much asked all the questions we needed. It would be comfortable if you would be comfortable in writing your thoughts or a statement for us so we could just have your side to present, right? If you wanted to give us more context, whatever. Now, if you actually listen to that call, there was no ambush. He kind of sang like a canary. Now, he could say that he was in a panic attack, which is a great deflection to sort of invalidate anything that he said. I don't know if there was a fucking panic attack. I'm not going to say that I understand the synapses firing in somebody's head. That would be insane. But to say that this was an ambush is complete nonsense. For anybody that is going through a panic attack and is worried that Carl is present, and he goes, I got my phone working again, and then he immediately jumps back into the call over here. I can't hear you, stupid Discord. Totally. Guys, I'm so sorry. Give me one moment. I'm going to try something. This is super nuanced, obviously. So again, you know, we're not sitting there kind of forcing the dude in. If you listen to the entire call, you know, if anything, we're just letting him sing like a canary, which is the stupidest thing that he could have done, but he just does it. Now, the thing is, obviously, look, could I have probably said me and Carl are in a group chat?
That's one way of
Sure,
saying it, Daryl. Thank you.
But he was not ambushed in this situation. And I think it's insulting to both Carl and I. Like, if he was just going to jump into a call with me thinking that I was going to listen to his bullshit and believe everything at face value and not press him on a few things is insanity. And it's also insulting to Carl because he's just automatically assuming that Carl is coming into this with negative intentions. At the end of the day, I can relay very clearly that me and Carl have had no negative intentions throughout the course of that investigation. At the very beginning, you know, it was some discrepancy that came up. We looked into it. And honestly, for me, I really wanted everything to be in Jirard's favor because he really was a wholesome Chungus guy at the time. Look, it really was an issue for me going into this because at the time when I was covering Jirard, you know, it wasn't like covering Logan Paul. It wasn't like covering the fucking FaZe guys. It wasn't like covering like...
Okay, his word on this doesn't really matter in my personal opinion, but I understand what he's trying to say here. Jirard isn't a bad guy, or at least we assume Jirard is not a quote-unquote bad guy. What we assume is that he made a mistake. And provided that Jirard treated it like a mistake and acted like that, I think that this still would have gone much differently. I mean, like, you can believe Muda as much as you want, where he's like, oh, I didn't want to, like, crucify him the way that it had. But, like, I can see why you would say that and think that. Oh, excuse me. Because, yeah, he's not, like, evil, if that makes sense.
Like an internet scumbag. This is somebody with a wholesome Chungus personality. And it was really the first point where I felt like I had made objective videos about somebody and people were kind of taking sides based on which personality they liked, which I'm sure is still going to happen in this situation. And it's kind of soured me on investigations because really it shows me that people are not willing to critically think.
Also, Dog Raid, hello Temp, welcome. You're welcome to join in if you would like. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you for the raid. We are just over halfway through this video. Where Mudahar is now revealing that he might not do investigations anymore because of how it's soured, because of how Jirard Khalil is a mean boy that can't say the truth, which I believe, by the way. I'm just trying to be silly and pedantic here. How horrible is Jirard? Because he said that these guys are mean. Thank you for the raid, though. I appreciate it. Oh, goodness. Goodness.
Want to be mad at somebody if they feel that they want to be mad at someone, right? You shouldn't be mad at you shouldn't be mad at an internet personality because, you know, you want to believe whatever bullshit is against them. You should be looking at every single thing critically, right? It goes for personalities you love, personalities that you hate.
And to this, I will agree with Mudahar. I 100% agree with Mudahar, and I feel the frustration of talking about somebody. That was the most recent example, I guess. where you're talking about somebody in a critical eye, real people will respond with a critical eye or just not care. A lot of people probably just won't care, and that's fine. But other people will respond, say that you're shit, or you're wrong, or that you're evil, or that they could sue you, or all kinds of manner of things. I haven't heard the last one, but in my own experience. But like that's the truth of the matter, is a lot of people really just don't care. They just care about their Oshi or their favorite creator. They really don't care if that creator was evil or a scumbag. And that's the unfortunate side of all of it, is they get to kind of just walk and be free because they know that people won't care, basically. So, and that's really just kind of the truth of the matter, is a lot of the time they won't care. A flea.
Hello.
Welcome. I have to move the Foogie group. I think it works better above the chat. There we go. What'd you do?
Abiotic with Magma.
That's right. You guys are playing that slowly.
Yeah, it's been great.
That's good. That's good. That's good.
I really think that if you were to sit down with Abiotic, you'd like it.
Probably. Just not right now.
No, I know. Maybe we'll do after Grounded.
Yeah, if we play it as a group, I'll definitely play it. I just don't think I would play it alone.
No. I don't think alone is as much fun as co-op.
No. But anyway, we are going through this video where Mudahar responds to the Completionist. I mean, you already kind of knew that was what I was doing, but yeah. Reiterating it for you in chat, for blessed chat. Science dogs? Yes.
Science dogs.
We have 48 minutes left. Let's see how far we go in the next 2 hours.
Look, I wouldn't like to sit here and fucking slander the FaZe guys or slander Logan Paul or any of these people, you know, unless there was something that, like, I believe that they did was wrong, and I can at least objectively prove
Muda, you shouldn't want to slander them at all, because slander is...
I can show you reasonable evidence.
I think that was a...
So that was actually
I think that's...
one of the issues right here. Him framing it this way is something that I really take offense with. And it's one of the things where, when we'll go on to the later section of this video, you know, all of these mischaracterizations, you know, I just want you to remember, okay? Because he tries to backhand, like, apologize to me and Carl later on. And obviously, given how he's framing the story, doesn't make sense. Now, when I think of the panic attack from his new response video, it takes me back to a clip from the original video where I really think the panic attack comes from...
I hate how he does his
the fact that his own actions led to his organization crumbling down. And it was to a point where he was, like, begging us not to release these videos. And I do distinctly remember before you released the call, I had actually kept this information out. If anything, I was probably being the nicest I could have been to anybody talking, simply because at the time I had a mutual respect for Jirard, to the point where I really wanted to focus on the facts and I didn't want to make him look unnecessarily worse than he was. And when I released the full call, there's a portion that I'm about to show you, people kind of looked at it as almost blackmail, which I'm not going to say that it is, because blackmail requires like a specific monetary amount, but it just showed me at the time, you know, even before I'd released my initial video, that this guy just cares about himself. And that's pretty much it.
I'm not trying to be like, do you guys want money to help me hide this? It's not what this is at all. I'm just asking from a humanity perspective of like...
I'm building... No, chat. It's just a river. Here, let me show you a picture.
I have sponsors. I have a business. I'm trying to make video games. I'm trying to get out of content creation so I don't have to worry about YouTube anymore and do better things in the world. And I just know, because of my track record of things like G4 exploding, me being friends with John Trump,
this is what I'm working on.
You know, I've been a part of, like, you know, Pro Jared, like, pulling one thread about the charity thing is going to upheave my entire life in a way that scares the living crap out of me. And I don't want to go home tonight and tell everyone, hey, there is a gigantic thing coming to claim my career, and you all have to close down and find somewhere else to do. I know this is shitty me to say this. I'm not trying to ask for sympathy or anything, but this kind of stuff, I mean, I've been following your guys' stuff for years. The stuff with Billy Mitchell, Carl, the stuff that you've done, Muto, with tons of content creators over the years.
He was right. He was right. It did like take him down.
They're going to immediately go, that Jirard guy who's been nice to a bunch of people actually isn't very nice overall. Fuck him. Let's get rid of him.
He had a panic attack, I would imagine, mostly because that he knew that his bullshit was unraveling in this situation. It wasn't that he ever cared about me or even Carl in this situation. I don't know, maybe he respected Carl, but I'm pretty sure he did not respect.
JonTron was not racist? No, I don't believe. I think that the way to explain it is JonTron wasn't racist. He just was not very well versed in what he was talking about, to the point where a lot of people thought he was racist. JonTron is what happens when, like, you know, when you have a new convert to a church and they're just coming in spewing about how much they love God, but they do it in such a way that it sounds distasteful. It's just like, that's what it was. You know, he's a brand new right-leaning individual, and he's saying a whole bunch of stuff, and there could be kernels of truth to it, but he's not saying it in a way that will convert anybody to what he believes. So I don't believe that he was necessarily wrong. I just think that the way he went about it was wrong. And getting on the camera with Destiny is the worst thing that you can possibly do. So, yeah, I don't know. I think that, like, there are ways to go about talking about those problems, and JonTron didn't do it the right way. And he recognizes that. I think if I ever get him on camera, I will be like, I think the only problem I have with you is just you didn't do it right. And he would probably agree with me, you know. He'd probably be like, yeah, if I were to get into that for the first time again in the future, I wouldn't go about it that way, you know.
Me whatsoever. Because, you know, even in this call with me, he said that he liked something that I did regarding Logan Paul. I can't exactly remember off the top of my head. But, like, he thought that I was going to be some pushover and Carl was going to be some maniacal, like, conniving fuck throughout this entire situation. Which really bugs me. Again, for him, it's mostly that the bullshit that he should have addressed
top guy
is getting unraveled. And I'm just going to be nice and say this, right? Listen, at the end of all this, I think me and Carl were probably the best relayers of this information, because there's a lot of people that if they got access to this information and knew how to relay it, they could have been much more nefarious. You know, before he had made his first response, I want you to remember the timeline. We didn't release any of these videos, these calls that had him talking about pro Jared or, you know, JonTron, or mentioning any of this stuff. Even people who brought up a portion of the call where I guess he alluded to blackmailing us, we didn't bring in, because honestly, I realized at that point, this is the guy that's saying shit, you know, to try to, like, weasel his way out. But I felt like, honestly, that would just look bad. He brought up family, which we had kept out, you know, because he had asked me to keep that out. I was really nice to him. We only released portions of that call that were germane to this story. I also want to make it evident that during this call, we absolutely...
He must be laying on his bed and, like, and doing this recording.
Accusations that he would bring up. Like, embezzlement was interesting because he had brought it up in this call, and, you know, I remember at the time, and I'll play the call for you, me and Carl were distinctly not accusing the guy of that. You know, we weren't even accusing of things like tax evasion.
Okay,
I would never try and scam in honor of my mom. Like, this is, I would not be outward facing knowing that I can get right through the coals for this, when I know and say every year we're a 501c3 organization where everything is public. You know what I mean? Like, it's contradictory for me to be like, it's going to a good cause, but also I'm tax evading or embezzling or whatever it may be. So
no one's suggesting that.
No, there's no tax evasion. Nobody's, again, like, looking through the...
Why would you say that if that's not what they're alleging?
No one could say in a million years that what you were doing is indicative. Hold on, let me just actually delete something off of the system here. According to the according to the filings, nobody could say that you were moving money. Like I said, nobody was being charged or billed hours, so you're kind of, like, in my opinion, that's not even a point to be talking about. Just doesn't really apply in this situation. The only thing, and I feel like that you should do that could make the situation better, is that $660,000 that's currently sitting. That should instead of being earmarked like we were told by, you know, a member of the organization, today should actually be going to a beneficiary, because at the end of the day, $660,000 is going to make a difference, right? And it should.
You hear that hard breathing, chat? That is probably
in the
Carl.
last several years as this foundation was operating and receiving these grants. And that's really what you can do. It's like, there's no shame in, you know, realizing that things got fucking wild behind the scenes, but the only way to make it right is not to let the money sit there anymore and to actually, I guess, let it do work. But I don't know, like it's I think the deception angle, because it is in a way a deceptive angle for the last several years that this has been happening, right? And it's right. You know, it was going to have to come out at some point when somebody was going to look into the filings, right? It could have been us, it could have been, you know, Coffee, it could have been anybody, you know, and that's just how the situation has unfolded. But obviously, when he threatened to sue us and make us look like fucking assholes in this, obviously we're going to release a call that people at the time could listen to in their entirety. And, you know, for him to try and, like, you know, spin this story around is bullshit. Again, this is an insane story because people are not critically thinking. The reason why these videos, this one specifically, is going to be long too, maybe not Carl's length, he said something about like his video being 5 hours, is because we have to bring you back to the facts of the case. And the reason why, again, these videos are long is because me and Carl,
hi, hello,
at least I believe, are presenting actual receipts. We're showing actual videos. We're showing actual, like, receipts to our claims, as opposed to Jirard, who's basically entirety of his responses have just been, trust me, bro. Like, just trust me, bro. Bro, you're the one that's been objectively fucking lying about your charity's operations for the course of years now.
Terrified, and I should have kept my mouth shut. But some part of me believed that if I was honest right from the get-go, maybe I could get out ahead of this, and it could end up just being more of a cautionary situation.
What is the cautionary situation in this?
That
to not make misleading statements, to not do this kind of bullshit,
to not I don't know, that's a good question, actually.
For, you know, under the guise that you're donating to this charity that you founded on the fucking on your mother, the person who brought you into this world. Like, what is the cautionary tale over here, you know? It's one of the things with, like,
question now that I think about it.
I never do them is because, like, ultimately at the end of the day, if I have to donate money, I'll just do it out of the kindness of my own heart. I'll just donate it. You know, I won't even, like, do it for, like, tax offsetting purposes. It literally is just a charitable donation. Like, I'll give my own personal money and I don't even really talk about it. You know, these are things that you could have done.
Just talking about it doesn't really make it as good.
To, you know, mislead the audience in such a disgusting way, right? Like these are the words of people that know that they are guilty. And for understanding, right, like just on a personal level, you know, 2 years ago when I was breaking the story, I still had some belief for Jirard that maybe there was a good guy. But at this point, I don't think that, I personally don't even buy a story at this point that he didn't know just for a year. I think the whole time he probably knew things were fucked up, okay? So I'm not believing his bullshit anymore. Simple as that, okay? It used to be that I thought this guy was a complete and utter fucking buffoon. And don't get me wrong, he is an utter buffoon. But I think that personally, he is a malicious buffoon. That is the problem. So I want you to remember early, he said that charity...
Again, possible. It's very well possible. Malicious buffoon does sound funny. I don't know. It really could go either way, in my personal opinion. Really could go either way. And it's up to you. I mean, it's up to you, and it's also up to whether or not there's more facts that are ever presented. To be completely honest with you, I don't think you're ever going to get them, because the Completionist has said that he's moving on, and that he's not really interested in engaging with this. So, so it's just like, he's probably just going to be like moving on. Like, if somebody asks him about it during a stream, they'll probably just get banned, you know? So, I don't feel like you will see a Completionist response, because, or at least if you do, it will surprise me, I guess I should say. If he does respond, I will be more surprised, because I'm not expecting it, basically. Type 1 if you think he's a liar. If you want. If you want. Oh, goodness. Sorry, I need to stretch.
Charities move at a glacial pace.
I had learned the hard way that the charity world moves at a glacial pace, and I've been going around touting all these organizations and all the good we'll be doing for many years, only for all of it to be a bunch of empty promises.
So okay, he knows that the charities move at a glacial pace.
After I stepped up, my best efforts to donate as fast as possible would never be good enough, as every decision I wanted to make now had to be approved by a long list of people on both the open hand side and the potential benefactors that I have been speaking with.
So when he says that charities move at a glacial pace, I want you to listen here now, okay? This is what he said happened after me and Carl released our videos.
3 days later, Monday, November the 13th, Mudahar and Carl released their videos, and the story was broken. It made donating even more important, but even more difficult due to the new online reputation of the Open Hand Foundation and myself. Many of these organizations we'd been speaking with suddenly wanted nothing to do with us, legally informing us to keep our distance, and the situation quickly became desperate. Thankfully, my brother and I were able to secure a meeting with AFTD the very next day, and by November 29th of 2023, the Association of Frontotemporal Dementia received $600,000 from the Open Hand Foundation. Soon after this donation was made, I resigned from my role on the board of directors, ending my relationship with my family's efforts in the Open Hand Foundation.
So on one hand, the charities operate at this glacial pace where you're negotiating for years now, which again, we don't have any email correspondence of. And again, I can't sit here and disprove that no organization wanted to legally work with them. But it's kind of insane to think, again, that they operate on this glacial pace. You've been talking to them for years. And then as soon as...
It does get kind of weird to just be like, hang on a moment. How is it that, like, you're like, oh, I can't get anybody, but then the moment that you get called out, you're able to donate everything immediately? It's like the possibility could very well just be, oh, just then they accepted it, and just then, you know, people were ready to accept donations. I could see that. Might be able to convince me of that, sure. But because of how it looks, a lot of people will not agree with you or agree with that, essentially. So, yeah, it's just like, how were you able to donate that money that fast? And why were you able to donate it that fast when you said it previously that it wasn't? So, I don't know, that's where it's just kind of like weird.
As soon as, you know, an Australian guy and a fat Indian dude in Canada releases their videos, these organizations suddenly like either watch our videos and maybe read like a fucking, you know, article that was posted on Dexerto or some shit at the time, and then immediately like they're like, all right, we can't have anything to fucking do with you. But then on the same moment, you're able to secure like a meeting with the AFTD and donate $600,000 to the point where even the CEO quotes and mentions you guys. You get a whole press release and everything. And this press release from the AFTD is still up, by the way, $600,000, again, for vital research and family support, where even the CEO comes out and gives a little bit of a, you know, statement on it. They mention the actual founder, Charles Khalil, by name, and they even break down, again, the restricted donation being led to the efforts here. So clearly it was a big enough deal for them to get that press release, which, again, $600,000, it was absolutely going to be a big splash in the charity world. And, you know, for a person that says, you know, these organizations really just work with millions of dollars, you know, looking at the Association of Frontotemporal Degeneration based on their EIN number on their website, you know, you can actually look into it and see that, you know, honestly, $600,000 is definitely not a paltry sum. You know, if you compare it to just their revenues, it's actually a pretty decent contribution, all things considered.
I think
unfortunately, just
Completionist said, or not Completionist, Carl said it was like 5% of their yearly revenue for that year.
He has the ability to control like time or something that I don't know, because, you know, in his benefit, things can either operate glacially or they can rapidly move depending on how his story needs to be presented, right? It's fucking insanity when you really think about it, right? And just going by Jirard's story, if you knew after 2022 that something was wrong, granted, if your family were being douchey about moving the money or donating it at that time, you could have simply completely decoupled from the event as to not personally involve yourself that much further, at least from your own company. And the thing is, it's interesting that after, you know, we release our videos, you know, in 2 weeks, you can do what your organization failed to do in the last several years. Again, these stories don't make sense when you...
It could very well be that he just threw the money out there and is praying and hoping that it goes towards frontotemporal dementia and not just admin fees. Could very well just be the case. But again, Ow, motherfucker, ow. The dishonesty of Muda and Carl and Completionist makes it to where they have an uphill battle to prove that that is actually the case. Because otherwise you can't really trust them at their word, basically.
Apply basic critical thinking.
Deserve the facts, and especially the truth. That's why I want to clarify as many of the allegations against me as I can that are absolutely false. First, I want to address the idea that the open hand could quickly just donate the money the same way you can just click donate on a charity website or Venmo or PayPal a friend.
Almost everyone is screaming at them just to donate the money, which should be pretty easy to do.
One thing you'll see is they'll ask me to gift an amount that is as low as $35.
The short answer is no. If we wrote a check to a charity with no agreements on how that money gets spent or how it's tracked, we would never have received a report detailing how our donors' money was being put to use. It would likely have gone to funding administrative costs like accounting fees and executive salaries.
So within 2 weeks, you were able to donate $600,000, right? Like, even after you've been exposed. I mean, which one is it, okay? Is it difficult or is it easy to do? And again, I bring up the idea of this like donation because again, anybody can put in any amount they want and they can actually donate it again, and they can even match it so that it's restricted and going to specific causes. But even when it comes to things that are restricted, for instance, I do have to ask if, like, again, does it also make it difficult for charities where, again, he mentions executive salaries, which, yeah, I get that some of them are obviously unreasonably high, but there are employees that do need to be paid in order to process and do things for this charity. I mean, if you're unnecessarily making things annoying for them, maybe that is an issue that is brought up. But they were able to rectify this within 2 weeks. Literally the day of getting exposed, they're already doing meetings with the AFTD, getting themselves involved in press releases. Again, if this was such a massive controversial thing, how is a press release even coming out? And again, when you look
that's
into
a
the
good question.
actual 990
That's a
PFs
good question.
for what appears to be the AFTD, which was the organization donated to, it seems like they were donating around 5% of their actual like yearly gross, which is fucking massive.
My question is, why create a foundation in the first place? I'm going to be honest, that is a question I cannot answer for you. Because I don't do charity stuff. I feel like somebody else probably could, but not me. Not me, that's for damn sure.
Massive when it comes to like raising money. So obviously, you know, they wanted to raise tens of millions of dollars or make it sound like charities only talk to you when it comes to tens of millions of dollars. Remember, they ended up getting a fucking press release for $600,000. Even the CEO came out and kind of glazed them a little bit. So again, none of this story makes any sense the more you actually look into how the facts have played out. And even when it comes to donating money too, right? Like anybody can write a check. For instance, I'll just show you really quickly, like if I can pull it up. There were times where obviously during the course of, you know, the last 2 years, I donated money to Palestinian relief. So in some cases, when I do donate money, it's not obviously $600,000.
Good on you, Muda.
In a case
I definitely needed to know where you sent it.
Myself, personally, you know, you do actually have that payment process. And yes, in cases,
we can ask me
there are
Shoujo.
people that work in these charitable organizations because 10,000, I think anything 5,000 and above is considered a huge charity. They will reach out to you, like as they did to me, to confirm if that donation matched. It's a simple matter of saying, yeah, actually it did match. If he was able to do it within 2 weeks, why wasn't he able to do it for years back then? Again, the ultimate excuse from him is that they wanted to stack the $1 million donation and make it totally restricted, which I guess is a story now, but why was this never brought up during our call or even back then? Again, this is a story that he's sort of like making up now to make it seem like that was the ultimate goal. But remember, if you look at the facts of the case, this wasn't really even a thing that was brought up to us in our initial investigation. This only started becoming a Cope story long after his, like, even his first response.
It's funny how the Completionist went from Muslim to looking to Jesus looking. Guess he thought the change would help him get out of his pickle. I didn't think about it like that. But, you know, he didn't think about it back then. No, he probably didn't. Probably didn't.
Around his first response. Now, this is arguably one of the big egregious lies that he has too, where he talks about, you know, like the accounting of money that was donated, right? So again, he basically talks about Twitch revenue, and he lies at this point about it. So I'll explain this as we go, because it's a lot to unpack. So let's listen to his statement. Now, I want you to remember, back when we first looked into his IRS documentation, which, again, just for this case, let's pull it up one more time. So IRS, or we'll just go to the ProPublica charity lookup. So for the year 2021, we'll just open up the filing, so to speak, right over here. Now, in the filing, one thing that you'll notice is that the contributions they received were $136,695. Now, at the time, me and Carl were kind of looking at another event that was run by the Open Hand Foundation, which was their golf tournament. Now, very little does Jirard actually talk about this golf tournament, and you know, I'm gonna just mention that maybe it's not germane to him because he probably doesn't really know much about that, since Indieland is sort of his bread and butter and contribution to this overall project. But $136,000 was listed in this system, or listed in this amount. Now, why is that necessarily important? So let's go to the year 2021 when it comes to, again, Jirard's spreadsheet that he provided. So again, to open up Jirard's dogshit spreadsheet, if we go to the Indieland revenue in 2021, you can see that Twitch revenue and direct donations are listed here. But if we looked at the net total from all funding sources, and the reasonable assumption here is that it's the net total, right? The net total of every source. 2021 comes out to $75,481.60.
This is just Sam people shouting at each other. Brutal, but accurate.
That Jirard is catering to, that believes every single thing that he
Damn,
says,
that's brutal.
lacks critical thinking, is because somebody would just easily say, okay, well, let's look at Indieland 2021, a verifiable, reputable source in this case, where the actual charity is being done. So if we just look up Indieland 2021 in Google search, we can go to the Tiltify campaign. And in the Tiltify campaign, it says they raised $113,000 and $113.
Oh my gosh, they did. They did. So why isn't... interesting. Interesting. Jirard, did you think that nobody would look that up?
$46,000 and 33 fucking cents, okay? So again, if we go to the fucking Indieland annual revenue, bro, there is a big difference between $75,481 fucking dollars, okay?
And here's the problem with that. Because he said that they donated everything. That they paid for admin costs out of their pocket. Well, that's a lie. That's just a fucking lie is what it is. Oh my god.
Okay? And what was directly donated in Indieland? I mean, the numbers are right. What do the fucking numbers mean, Mason? What's happening? Now, of course, you can look at the other things. Oh, maybe that's an honest fucking mistake, Muda. Let's look at Indieland, I don't know, 2022. Okay, so let's go over here. Indieland 2022. And if we go to Indieland 2022, click on the fucking Tiltify here, $90,582. So again, inside the spreadsheet, it's listed at $81,169. Now, mind you, it wasn't just...
This is why you don't trust this fucking dumbass spreadsheet that he made. Wasn't the golf thing his dad's thing? Yes, but this isn't counting the golf thing because Indieland is the indie game thing. Oh goodness, this is all awesome.
Just Indieland that raises money. It was bits, super chats, which he had mentioned in his own voice, and of course he also mentioned merch, ticket sales.
Before we introduce our guests and devs for this round, I just want to say a quick thank you to everyone who's been donating at home. We are getting closer and closer to our goal. Our goal is 100K.
Oh, I need to put fires here.
We just to reiterate, subscriptions and bits are not included. Neither the t-shirt sales from the Indieland t-shirt, which you can purchase down below in the pin.
Is this kosher? Definitely
not.
Go
to nexus.gg/Indieland or click the link in the box down below. You can buy a bunch of great indie games, and the proceeds go to the devs, but also go to the Open Hand Foundation. All they'll be factored in at the very, very, very end.
Like, I'm not understanding, okay, what's going on. He presents this entire thing as like, this is the money, right? Twitch revenue and direct donations. homie, where are the merch sales? Where are the other revenue sources that you're not?
It is a good point. Where's the merch sales? Where's all this other shit? You know, now you're starting to wonder. And again, if it's so easily fixable to talk about where all this shit is, he's not doing a good job at it. He's not doing a good job at it. It's like, where's this money? Where's this? Where is it? Because, like,
oh my God, she's got milkers.
I don't know, man.
Discovered mom has milkers and gave $5. I don't like sand. It's coarse and rough, and it gets everywhere.
Where's the money,
Anakin
Lebowski?
Skywalker. Also, Anakin was right. Tusken Raiders have got to go.
The Tusken Raiders from Star Wars, yes, they should go. Where's the money, Lebowski? Yes. Oh, fuck. I just... Oh, we only got like 20 minutes left. That's perfect. That's perfect. That's perfect. Let's continue.
Not putting in this list. Again, this number is fucking meaningless. Unless you go back to his statements and start to realize that it seems things are missing, okay? So for me, it doesn't matter how many sheets or cells that he makes, okay? You know, you could just go to Copilot and say, make me a 90-page thing that looks legit. Wouldn't matter to me, okay? Wouldn't really matter. Because ultimately, at the end of the day, when I'm looking at expenses, I'm looking at just the revenue sheets, the math doesn't make sense. And might I remind you, that was where the controversy really came into. It wasn't that me and fucking Carl were sitting out there with a napkin, you know, writing down and doing fucking bullshit math. It's that we had genuine questions to ask. Am I wrong in questioning this spreadsheet with his prior statements? And even with his new response now? Am I crazy? Let me know in the comment section below. Now the thing is, even when it comes to Tiltify, right? When you look at Tiltify's website, they come up and basically say when a donation is made, a transaction fee may be taken by a third-party payment provider. When we work with the charity and their payment account directly, that fee would be whatever their typical transaction fee is. When donations are made, 100% of the donation is then sent directly to the charity account intended in real time. From the contributions received by a charity, Tiltify is paid a contribution fee for our technology and services. So since the charity in this case was the Open Hand Foundation, whatever we saw in the Tiltify, whatever numbers he's giving should reflect in there.
Yeah.
And of course, this is just money mentioned here. It doesn't go into actual direct contributions made by Jamie Lee Curtis's Skizizi Foundation, which you can verify for yourself as well. Them giving money to the Open Hand Foundation. These are all things that should lead people to question. And there were people that were questioning, at least me and Carl. One of them was an accountant, I think is accounting in YouTube. And initially when this video came out, I think Carl saw it and said that this was complete dog shit. And he raised a lot of points to me. But honestly, at this moment in time, I'm going to leave it to Carl's video when he uploads it. And I believe he might even send me like a little portion. He can actually explain this in a really salient way. So I'm going to let him sort of speak on this.
In situations like this, the most reasonable way to calculate what the revenue should be would be to deduct the direct costs of Indieland and net it against the gross proceeds, and it would all be considered a contribution.
This accountant thinks that donations are going to Indieland, and then Indieland is subtracting expenses and then making a contribution to the Open Hand Foundation. This is so wrong that it demonstrates this accountant essentially did zero research into what Indieland is, or what Tiltify is, or how Indieland functions. He even admits he doesn't even know who hosts Indieland. This is pretty important information.
Throughout all of my research, I found nothing conclusive. We know that Jirard is the main host of the event, but is he doing it on behalf of Open Hand, or is he doing it on behalf of the team that comprises that one video gamer, which he is also associated with?
You know, this is like insane because, again, for somebody who's wanting to debunk us, he literally could have easily just gone to the call that me and Carl both had posted 2 years ago, and inside that same call, you know, this is a question that was actually like solidified by Carl, right? Carl made sure to understand what these organizations were. Even Jirard clarifies this. If this guy put in an ounce of research, he would have been able to identify this basic salient fact.
Just to clarify that we are officially through Tiltify and through the above board, right, means I did not move anything, any money for that. Just because the way you said that made it seem like I was moving money into accounts, and I that's not what I did.
I'm going to start a charity and call it the Occo Finish the Reactor Charity. What will it go towards? I'm just curious.
My clarification. Go ahead.
I guess on that topic, I mean, yeah. So, but Openhand was paying expenses on behalf of Indieland, correct?
Sorry, what was that?
So Indieland is a separate thing from Openhand, but
correct.
Were you saying that Openhand was paying expenses for Indieland though?
Only some years, and no more than a couple $1,000s, depending on the year. If it was too much money, just to make it right, because you're not supposed to really do that especially when you have no operating expenses. I'd only reimburse myself, and I did it appropriately through the open hand when applicable, but not every year, and no more than a couple $1,000s maximum.
Yeah.
But it wasn't like a safe haven of like moving money and spending money on purpose. Because again, that all goes against.
Okay. But Openhand, Openhand and Indieland they have to be kind of the same entity in a way. Otherwise, it wouldn't be an expense of Openhand to pay for Indieland if they weren't, kind of one and the same.
On sponsoring Minecraft streams,
if that makes sense.
Sorry, could you ask the question?
Yeah. So so Openhand and Indieland are connected because Openhand is because Openhand is paying for Indieland. Otherwise, Indieland, if it was a separate entity, Indieland would be paying for itself, not Openhand. If that makes sense.
Correct, but not every year. Not every year does Indieland get paid for by Openhand. It comes from me and Indieland is not its own organization. The company that I founded for the Completionist is the company that puts on Indieland and all of our.
Well, this guy's kind of screwed.
And typically speaking, we don't reimburse ourselves unless it's paramount to how much money we spent. But it's never been.
But I'll let Carl discuss something that I found pretty hilarious in this situation.
Is unreliable. I will come back to this accountant's video later because it really is one of the worst videos ever. But before I move on, let me demonstrate how clueless this accountant is. Listen to this section talking about the Sunmark Golf Classic.
It's important for people to know that just because a website or a tweet or anything you find online states that X amount of money was raised, that doesn't always mean that's what gets reported as the donation. Let's take a look at a couple of examples. So we're looking at a web page from the Sunmark Credit Union where it states that they raised a record-breaking $85,000 for their Sunmark Charitable Community Foundation. This was specifically in relation to the annual charity golf tournament that they hold, and this was for the year 2022. When we go to the Sunmark Charitable Community Foundation 2022 990 PF form, we're going to scroll down to the Schedule B, which is the schedule of contributors. When we go to the actual listing, we see that the Sunmark Credit Union only donated $50,000 and not the $85,000 that was raised according to the website.
The point he is trying to make is that just because an event raised a certain amount of money, that doesn't mean that's the amount of money that is donated, which of course can be true. But everything he said in regards to this golf fundraiser is just totally wrong. Now, I like to pride myself on the fact that when I make claims in videos, I show the evidence on screen. That way you can see for yourselves. But I'm beginning to notice a disturbing trend by people like Jirard and people who defend people like Jirard, where they will show things on screen.
I mean, that's why he's showing the evidence. Again,
the documents show.
It's one of those things where, again, I think all of them are equally just bad people, and I don't trust Mudahar, I don't trust Carl, I don't trust the Completionist. I think that they're all in some ways evil or extremely not trustworthy, basically. So in that regard, I do agree. It's just like, hey, you don't have to believe them or side with them. But like when one of them does show proof of things, then I would say that like, you should trust the sources when you put it up there, but then also do your own research, basically, if that makes sense.
On screen don't say it all. And this act of putting something on screen gives the impression that what they are saying is backed up by what they are showing. But when you actually read what they put on screen, you find out they are completely misrepresenting what they are showing. The accountant shows an article that says the Sunmark Credit Union raised $85,000 for the Sunmark Charitable Community Foundation. He then compares this to the foundation's tax filing, which shows a donation of only $50,000 from the Sunmark Credit Union. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if not a single person who watched this section realized that what he just said is completely idiotic and grossly misleading. He connects two things, a fundraiser and this donation. But why? Is it because they both have Sunmark in the name? What does this $50,000 donation have to do with this golf fundraiser? If you actually read the article, you'll notice that it lists a bunch of sponsors. For this tournament, the premier sponsor was Maguire Cardona, and when I checked the Schedule B on the foundation's tax filings, it shows Maguire Cardona as a contributor. For non-profit charitable organizations, if a single donor contributes more than $5,000, the non-profit needs to attach a Schedule B, which lists the amount and the donor's details. Using the Wayback Machine, I can see that this particular golf fundraiser
was he seething about this time? Oh, he's still talking about the account
fundraiser
stuff.
Works. It has tiers for sponsors, and in 2022, the premier sponsor cost $7,500. This is more than $5,000, so they had to be listed on the Schedule B. And I assume they also purchased a gaming sponsor or something similar for $1,000. I know that this $8,500 relates to the golf fundraiser because they were listed as the premier sponsor, and that's how much it cost. The article also listed sponsors for the Platinum tier, which cost $5,000, and I can also see them on the Schedule B. But the fundraiser also had lower tiers, which won't show on the Schedule B because the amount is less than $5,000. The article points out that they had a total of 75 corporate sponsors. Now, get ready because we are going to slowly peel back the layers of stupidity in what the accountant said. The first layer of stupidity is the fact he didn't even realize that these sponsors, the ones that were included in the $85,000, were in fact on the Schedule B, and he didn't even notice. So his statement that only $50,000 was donated is obviously incorrect. Now let's peel back the second layer of stupidity. The accountant implied that donations were given to the Sunmark Credit Union, who then contributed a lump sum to the foundation. But the fact that these sponsors are showing as contributors to the charity itself tells us this isn't what happened. Sponsors weren't giving money to the Sunmark Credit Union, they were giving money directly to the foundation. And that's because this was a fundraiser run by the foundation itself and not by the Sunmark Credit Union.
I see.
And if you check the expenses of the foundation, you'll see they spent $42,000 on golf fundraising expenses, because it was their fundraiser. So it doesn't make sense because on one hand, you have sponsors donating directly to the charity, and the charity was paying for the fundraiser expenses, but on the other hand, this accountant is claiming that the Sunmark Credit Union was the one receiving the donations, keeping a portion of those donations to pay for expenses, and then making a bulk contribution of net proceeds. Both cannot be true for the same fundraiser. But things become even more clear when the accountant talks about 2023.
We can also see for the Sunmark Credit Union, their 2023 annual charity golf tournament raised $80,000 for the Sunmark Community Foundation. When we go to the 2023 990PF filing for the Sunmark Charitable Community Foundation, we're going to go to the Schedule B, the Schedule of Contributors. When we go to the listing, we're going to see that they actually donated $55,000 of the $80,000 that was raised.
In 2023, the fundraiser raised over $80,000, and the Schedule B for that year's tax filing has more donors on it. I can connect all of these donors to the golf fundraiser because the article for the 2023 event lists them all by name and tier, and I can cross-check the amount sponsors paid on the Wayback Machine with their listed tiers. But if you add all of these donors up, including the one the accountant claims was for the golf event, it already adds up to way more than $80,000. $3,000. And this isn't including all of the lower tiers, including a bunch of gold sponsors at $3,000 each, and everything else that wouldn't appear on the Schedule B. The article says there were 67 corporate sponsors in total, so when
Okay, I kind of see what he's saying here. Because I think what he's saying is, the accountant is saying, oh, there's a reason why the money is missing, and it's because they have expenses. And what I think what Carl is trying to say is, no, the money is actually directly going from the sponsors to the charity, not the golf tournament. And so that's why I think, I'm not an expert here, nor am I deigning to try and attempt to be an expert here. That's just the interpretation I'm kind of seeing based off of what I'm listening to.
When you add it all up, that would be well over $100,000. The math isn't mathing. And then you realize, this $55,000 contribution, the one that the accountant says was for the golf fundraising event, has nothing to do with the golf event at all. It's just a yearly contribution that the Unmarked Credit Union gives to its foundation. When the accountant said that this donation was for the golf fundraiser, he pulled that claim straight out of his ass. And the fact that he didn't even see the other sponsors listed as contributors is so egregiously sloppy that it honestly makes me wonder if it was intentional. The only thing that makes me attribute this to incompetence rather than malice is the fact that he was willing to talk with me after I reached out. But the layers of stupidity go even deeper. As I said before, this golf fundraiser is very similar to the type of golf fundraiser the Open Hand Foundation runs. They both have sponsors and tiers. It's basically the same. The accountant pulls up the Schedule B for the Sunmark Foundation, and while the accountant is oblivious to the fact that the golf sponsors above $5,000 are on there, they are in fact on there. And that's because this foundation did their tax filing correctly. So in my opinion, the next logical step would be to ask, well, what about the Open Hand Schedule B, which in theory should also exist. But when you go and look at the Open Hand's 990PF filings, the Schedule B is non-existent. And not only is it non-existent, they even ticked a box that says they aren't required to file a Schedule B. Even
He's just playing part of Carl's video.
Sponsors for a moment, this is just incorrect. We already know they have at least one donor that gave more than $5,000, and that was the Syzygy Foundation. So they needed to be filing a Schedule B, if for no other reason than that one single grant. Jirard even mentions it in his initial response video.
And $10,000 from a direct supporter.
But I also know they have other sponsors of over $5,000 just through their Tiltify campaigns as well. The Open Hand Foundation needed to have been filing a Schedule B with all of their filings, and they haven't been. And they have also been incorrectly asserting that they don't need to attach one. This essentially equates to them hiding where the money is coming from, which is exactly what the Schedule B requirement is supposed to prevent. On their 2022 990PF, the Open Hand Foundation even listed golf fundraiser expenses as an expense, exactly like the Sunmark Foundation did. But while the Open Hand Foundation claimed expenses for the golf fundraiser, suggesting that it was a fundraiser event they ran, the sponsor income doesn't exist. I pressed the accountant on this exact point, and he agreed that it seemed like the Open Hand Foundation should have been attaching a Schedule B showing their significant contributors. This appears to be a glaring error in their filings. And when I asked why he didn't mention this in his video, he simply said,
you know, I really want to know what the accountant has said about this, because this video is a couple weeks old at this point. I want to see what the accountant has to say about all this. If the accountant, like, agrees, rebuts, you know, all that kind of stuff. So, I don't know. I don't know if something like that is out. But if it is, that's another thing to look into, to, like, listen and all that kind of stuff. You know?
That wasn't the point of his video. And of course, that's true. The point of the accountant's video wasn't to try and uncover the truth about what was going on with the Open Hand Foundation, it was merely to try and gain clout by capitalizing on the Carl and Mutahar hate bandwagon.
So I think, honestly, that's a pretty sufficient explanation by Carl in this entire situation. And the reason why I wanted to let Carl explain that is because ultimately it was him that found this discrepancy, and it was him that really, like, pressed the actual, like, accountant over here on YouTube. And if the accountant said that that wasn't the point of the video, I think that's really all you need to get from this, because, you know, really, these are not people that are coming from objective viewpoints in this situation. They're people that are, again, like Carl would say, trying to capitalize on the controversy that I and Carl had gotten into. Now, again, Carl has more of a response in his video that's coming out that has to do with this actual, that comes with this actual, like, accountant. So I'll let him basically do what he needs to over in this situation. But again, there are a couple last lingering issues that Jirard mentions in his video, and we'll get through these pretty quickly because his video is going on longer than
Yes, it is. Yes,
now,
it
I wish I could
fucking
end
is.
the video right here and move on and not acknowledge my detractors beyond easily debunked numbers and misunderstood compliance laws.
Bro, there are not debunked numbers. You just gave us more questions to ask over here. Again, he just, like, he shows like 3 things, says a few fucking, like, woe is me statements. Bro, we have more questions now than ever.
Fortunately, Carl and Mudahar have made themselves impossible to ignore. They have inserted themselves into my story whether I like it or not. Both of them have perpetuated and publicized numerous conspiracy theories about myself and my family online, and this has led to irreparable harm to not just myself, but everyone associated with my family, including personal information being leaked, stalking, public harassment, and so much more. It doesn't matter that these guys never explicitly said they believe some of this stuff, nor do they verbally condone bad faith attacks. They discussed and entertained.
I forgot about it. It's... Listen, sure, maybe you can say don't harass, but, like, it's not their job. It's not their job. Just ban the bad actors, which I've had to do before, but it's just like, holy fuck, I hate people like this so much.
Several conspiracies that directly hurt people who had nothing to do with any of this at all.
Okay, all right. What did we entertain over here? So again, he says that neither of us endorsed any crazy conspiracy theories. So at this point, I was wondering, like, what were the conspiracy theories that I even mentioned? So he brings up one example, which, again, it's crazy. When he has an example, he'll put it in his video. So let's listen to it.
But as a likely reality, despite the fact that no hard evidence of embezzlement has ever existed.
One of the actual conspiracies for this is, one user writes, they just needed a few weeks to secure a loan or liquidate assets to come up with the money to do this. If this conspiracy theory is true and the California DOJ or the IRS are investigating, that's going to draw some serious eyeballs over to them. So if that money is there, just prove it exists. I get it. You're behind lawyers and PR agencies.
If this was actually true, the DOJ would have caught it instantly and acted accordingly.
So at this point, like, I'm watching this video and I'm wondering, okay, is that really it? Like, how is this the most hard-hitting, you know, entertained conspiracy theory? You know, ultimately, at the end of the day, I read, like, some Reddit comment that led to the question that, hey, man, if the money's not there, they're just putting it in. Again, even he says that I'm not explicitly endorsing it, but I have to imagine, like, what is the personal slight here? Where is this invoking the most personal attack on you and your family? Again, may I remind you, in this entire case...
It's not. Again, these people are allowed to do speculations, and this is what fucking pisses me off about these people. Just like, you're not allowed to speculate. You're just allowed to be toxic positive all the time. Not allowed to say anything negative. Not allowed, you know, because if you do, that's a problem. And I'm fucking tired of people acting like it's my problem that you can't handle criticism. It's my problem that, you know, a couple people at you on Twitter. I don't know. I just hate people that act like that.
I left the family out of it. But see, this is where earlier I said, like, he'll show a clip when, you know, he has something or he thinks he has something. Then he starts bringing up more serious conspiracy theories that do not allude to me and really get taken way out of context for Carl.
An even more outrageous conspiracy tries to allege that my dad poisoned my mom in order to not just worsen her condition, but maybe even cause her diagnosis in the first place. These were particularly nasty conspiracies that I wanted to address in my initial response video from December of 2023, where I shared my mom's autopsy report to prove that yes, she did live and die with frontotemporal dementia. Some people were a little confused about this and were extremely upset that I used my mom's death certificate in that way that I did. But seeing all these accusations that were swirling around me, even the truth of my mom's disorder was now officially being questioned.
I love how he, like, says this and then shows no clip of me entertaining the mom poisoning conspiracy theory. Like, again, the way that he's framing it is so insensitive. Again, listen, I don't really care what happened with the mother towards the end of her life. There really was no reason for me to see the autopsy report. It really felt like he put that in there for no real reason. Now, in this, he shows, like, one Reddit post that I don't even really
these people. What do you mean by these people? You know, I mean by, like, when you're critical of anybody, they will just scream, "Oh my gosh, you're harassing me," when it's just like, fucking what? No, I'm just being critical of you. I'm allowed to do that. And you have people like Completionist who are like, "Oh, these people are criticizing me and they're harassing me," or they're not like denouncing all these other people. It's just like, okay, beyond me putting in my video, don't harass people. And beyond me saying occasionally, don't harass these people. Like, what more can you say? It's not enough. For some of these people, it's never enough. It gets to the point where you're like, well, what's enough for you? Not talking about it, period. That's what enough is for them. So that's the problem with being a content creator. Some of these people just don't understand what actual true criticism is. They just think toxic positivity is it, and you're not allowed to criticize them, basically.
What, 2 years? But anyways, I don't really recall seeing this Reddit post. And then he shows like a little snippet from Carl's Discord messages. You're telling me you can look up all of his Discord messages? You can find like, what, 200 Korok seeds in Breath of the Wild? But you can't find one clip of me entertaining this fucking conspiracy theory because it actually is just an unhinged conspiracy theory? It is interesting because the more you look into Carl's messages, he did provide me context showing that it was actually in discussion of a story that Jirard himself even discussed with on the Collider.
And to leave my Discord messages on screen, praising Jirard's own story.
And so he and my mom started this company
5 minutes
together.
left, chat. 5 minutes.
And when I say started this company together, I mean he asked for money and she gave him everything he asked for. And lo and behold, this man known as Bill Head was actually not Bill Head. He was a con man from Tennessee.
And again, you know, it's insane how he frames this as like entertaining a conspiracy theory when really no one was doing that, okay? No one on this end was. Maybe I might have brought up something in regards to the, earlier claim that he, like I said, when he has a video clip of me doing something that he thinks he's got a note on me, he'll show it. But when he doesn't, it's just, trust me, bro, simple as that. Like, what?
So, where do we go from here? Even if I somehow recover from this controversy, things can never be the same as they once were. Does that mean the Completionist, the show, my channel, my livelihood? Is it all just dead? No. Hell no. I still complete games. I actually never stopped completing games. Even through the entirety of last year, I completed well over a dozen games just because I wanted to. At the end of the day, I still love making videos. I'm not a drama YouTuber or anything like that. I play games and just want to make videos about the things that I'm passionate about.
He says all of this shit as if literally 2 years ago on a call, he didn't just come out and say, guys, I'm just trying to get out of content creation.
I'm not trying to be like, do you guys want money to help me hide this? It's not what this is at all. I'm just asking from a humanity perspective of like, if I am the target of this, I have 20 mouths to feed. I have sponsors. I have a business. I'm trying to make video games. I'm trying to get out of content creation so I don't have to worry about YouTube anymore and do better things in the world.
Tog, it's crazy that this is the guy that apparently can find every fucking Korok seed in Breath of the Wild, but he just can't give us a.
This is the second time you're mentioning that, by the way.
When it comes to talking to dozens,
to be fair,
many charities.
that's a task.
Yeah, I know. It's just like second time being mentioned.
And to give Jirard some kind of credit here, yes, 2 years ago he said he wanted to get out of content creation. He wanted to be stable enough to do that. After what's happened those 2 years, he's not stable enough to do that, so he has to double down on content creation.
Yeah, that's a good
That's
point.
what Muda's missing here.
Just like, yeah, why are you? Well, because he can't sustain himself anymore. Sounds like.
Well, that's the point. Like back then, maybe he could have, but the drama, the controversy, he's lost a lot of that ground he had.
Yeah. Okay. Warp stones.
Like, is Jirard innocent? Hell no. But Muda is not bringing up the obvious. He fucked himself.
Yes. I need to look up my waystone recipe.
This guy is full of shit, okay? The reason he's coming back is because ultimately you can't take years off playing fucking video games, completing them on your off time without a substantial income, okay? I'm sure he's burned every bridge with his family, yada, 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 and now he's got to make some fucking money, okay? I get it. I understand. But don't fucking come onto the moral high horse and pretend that this is some passion you fucking care about. Shut the fuck up.
With all that being said, though, what I did not do...
Muda doesn't accept criticism? No, I agree. I 100% agree. Muda is like, it is funny hearing him when he is one to talk, when it's just like, come on, Muda. You very, very, very clearly don't.
Yeah.
You don't accept it, basically. Okay. I am going to have to do something I don't want to do in order to get the recipe for these because they are not unlocking.
Was steal, embezzle, or otherwise misappropriate donor funds for anything. Every cent of money donated was always there, waiting to find a benefactor. Any claims of theft, embezzlement, or fraud are categorically false.
Any claim of fraud is categorically false. As you just literally said that you knew for a fucking year that things weren't the way that they should have been, and you still ran an event, making statements you shouldn't have. Oh boy. Oh god, I'm gonna fucking die.
Embezzlement or fraud are categorically false. I also want to apologize to Carl and Mudahar. Despite my criticisms, I know what it's like to have your entire life scrutinized by tens of thousands of strangers who just want to see you fail, and nobody deserves that. I know you both...
You know, bro, honestly, you fucking do. Simple as that. I don't give a shit. This guy spent, like, the last 20 minutes of this video characterizing me and Carl as fucking bad faith people. So this whole thing is just empty. This whole thing doesn't fucking matter. This whole thing is just dog shit to listen to. At the end of the day, I'm just gonna say it like this, okay? You know, you want to bring up the engineer shit? That's fine, okay? That is cool. It pales in comparison to the astronomically fraudulent way that you ran your charity, okay? So again, you can keep bringing up the greatest hits. We can do that till the end of time. But you are, in fact, a complete piece of shit. Not only are you a piece of shit, but you are a manipulative piece of shit. And you know, 2 years ago, I thought you were just fucking stupid. But now I know that you're just not only stupid, you're actually maliciously stupid. So I'm going to end it off here. Okay, I don't really care about the apology. I'm not going to play this fucking game where, oh, let's move past. No, I think this guy's a piece of shit. Okay, simply. I think he's a bigger piece of shit than some of the FaZe guys that I looked at. He's a bigger piece of shit than like Jason. He's a bigger piece of shit than anybody that I think I've covered, okay? And I'm actually more pissed off too, because not only am I doing this video, but I'm responding to such bad faith that it honestly fucking hurts. Now look, hate me all you want, love me all you want. At the end of the day, I provided receipts and facts to this entire situation. And I want to move on from this. I really do. You know, at the end of the day, the next video that I want to make is something about Linux, probably about a computer hack, something about gaming, you know. I know that these videos tend to do really well, but at the end of the day, they're just fucking mentally exhausting. But I can't lie, man. Sometimes I do like getting into the fucking Viper pit, and I do like making these kind of videos. I'll be fucking real with you. But they are exhausting. Ladies and gentlemen,
at least
if you
he
like
admits
what you saw,
You are bad faith, just not about this? Yeah, I would agree with you on that one. He is definitely bad faith. It's not about that.
Please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike if you dislike it. I'm out.
Oh, fuck, that is hilarious. Oh, fuck. Oh my goodness, that was hilarious. Okay. Well, chat, what do you think?
Simple version is, they all suck.
Yeah, they do. They do all suck. Let them fight. I agree. I agree. Oh, gotta agree with Temp. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. I am trying to figure out how to craft this fucking share stone.
Oh, are you ready for tomorrow?
We have a lot tomorrow, huh?
Well, that and also time change.
Yeah, but it's an extra hour, so it's fine.
Right, but it's still time change.
Yeah. I'm fine with that.
But yeah, a lot tomorrow for Dogwave.
That's what I hear, yeah. Stone recipe.
VTuber with a jester slash.
Thank you for the
octopus
10,
mommy
Internet
milf
Zen.
avatar.
Internet Sin Master tipped Octopus Mommy MILF $10. If Jirard isn't financially stable, that's his own fault. Muda has no reason to give him any sympathy. Jirard fell down the same route as iDubbbz, he FA'd and now he FO'd.
I love how it doesn't say FO'd. That is a fast video. Can you show me how to craft the share stone? Oh, okay, that's how you craft. Fucking hell, that was so hard to like look up. Dogwave will certainly be fun. Yup.
Dogwave's always fun.
No, 100%. All right, He's found the mythical ratio between FA and FO. Yes. Speaking of iDubbbz, oh gosh, that Halloween costume. Yeah, let me look this up.
Yeah, that I saw that.
From Anissa the Greasy.
I really, really wish Pirate Nation would back up what they post with an article.
This is terrifying, chat. This is terrifying. All right, I don't know what's worse. The fact that she makes a semi-decent Snape, or the fact that he, like, is a trans Dobby. Like, that is terrifying to me.
Hold on. I remember the movie. Maybe it's different in the book. Was it Dobby male anyway?
Yes, he was.
Then why the fuck does that?
I don't know. Is he implying transgender people are goblins? One is dressed as a horrible, awful creature, and the other is iDubbbz dressed as Dobby. That's so mean.
Yeah.
That's so mean, chat. All right, I gotta make one of these fucking things so that it registers the recipe. Where is my...
Did we have... Yes, we did.
What am I looking at here? Also, yes, in both the book and the movie. Yeah.
From MommaOcco.
Thank you for the 5.
Internet Sin Master send $5 for more hats. Is anyone selling eye bleach? I'll take their entire stock.
No, you can't use the eye bleach. Dax raid. Oh, Dax, thank you for the raid.
Dax,
Welcome.
thank you for the raid.
I might just stay live here for the rest of the time because in an hour we have stuff. Hi, hello. Yeah, it's,
Stuff in an hour?
no, I have. I'm doing Warhammer education tonight.
Oh, right.
Not the recipe.
I forgot you were doing
What the
that
fuck is
tonight.
the recipe?
I won't be here for that, chat.
That's the recipe. It says. What the fuck? Why do my suction cups look like? Oh, I don't know how to answer that. I don't know if I can answer that.
So, okay, you know that it's gonna sound really weird. The you know Lucia as a streamer, right?
Who?
I'm grabbing this for you. I can't say the word on Twitch without someone getting mad.
Lucia.
Here. This is what
Oh.
she showed off on stream for Halloween.
Yeah, it's the girl with the lipples.
Someone dangerous. Yeah, they got the lipples.
There's actually a streamer chat. Well, to be honest, that you could just as easily say that that is part of the outfit.
Yeah, I mean it is. You can kind of actually see that it is. It's just, it's dangerous.
You could very much tell. You could very much see that it's not actually the nipples themselves. It's part of the outfit, but it's still the implications of it make it devious.
Yes.
Yeah, there was a VTuber who has a model that has lipples. Lipples the what? Yes.
Lipples. Excuse me, the fuck now? And they're on Twitch? Yes.
I'm gonna try something.
Show proof, no balls.
That's how you make it. Fuck's sake.
They were live with Dado yesterday too.
She was?
Yes.
Wow.
Dado, as in the Destiny streamer. Did you see what he dressed up as yesterday?
No, what did he dress up as yesterday?
Oh, it's horrifying. Please tell me to not delete it.
Have you seen what Sydney Sweeney wore at the award show? No?
Did he get rid of it? He might have deleted it. It looks like he deleted it. Shame. He does cosplay, but because of his slender figure, he does mostly female cosplay.
Yeah.
And he called himself hot yesterday, and I'm like,
That's interesting. So it doesn't even show you.
Mara again? It was not Mara. No. It was like some vampire thing.
Let me. Does that show up as a G on the map? It doesn't. Okay, that's cool.
I will not post this anywhere. The Lipple thing, unless Occo wants me to. Probably be going to not safe for work section.
Was she streaming with it?
Yes.
If she was streaming with it, it's safe to put in the other VTubers section.
Let me double check this. She was on Twitch, right? Here's a card. Socials. Twitch. Yeah. This was yesterday.
Jeez. Speaking of which, people want to know the Discord. Stay strong. Ava has nipples. We've seen them. Yes, you have.
I'm gonna put this here, chat, in the other VTuber section of Akko's Discord.
So for this, I need ender pearls, amethyst shards. The amethyst shards, unironically, is going to be the hardest part to get. If I don't have a good amount of them. Gold is honestly going to be the hardest part. Okay, I have a decent amount of them. I should start an amethyst farm.
We know Temp already lost.
Well, did you, Temp?
No, not November?
Do
I admit that on stream?
If you want to. Well, he's not admitting it, chat, so you can't say if he won or lost. But anyway,
maybe I did, maybe I didn't.
Chat, I have plans for this area down here. I'm eventually going to dig it down further. But the goal is like to have a, I don't know what this man's doing here still. Oh, you know what? He might be trapped. He can't move. He can stay there.
Is it on my Discord? I can. What I really need to do is I need to sit down with Akko or Dylan and just get my Discord more functional.
Sit down with Dylan. Yeah, what the plan is to like build it down, chat, into one major big column. And this is where we'll have a the living part of my base where I live. Temp lost. He's a weak-willed Californian. Yes.
I'm just gonna put this in general chat in my Discord. If you're there, you can see it.
Oh, you were posting something toss risky. That stuff is weak.
Well, again, it's weak, but Twitch also gets mad at you for having hips. So.
But she didn't have hips though. That's the thing.
Right, but it has the illusion of nothing covering it. It's just that's what's there.
Yeah, why die?
Twitch is Twitch.
Right. This is where you get white dye.
Yep, and Gabby's gonna make me lose. Look, I can't help you there.
Okay, so we need ender pearls and then. That is enough for 16. Hairstones. Be enough to start with. Then we need, that's enough dye. We need gold. Chat, what do you think of the base, by the way? Do you like it? Hate it? I mean, it's not done yet. I still need to build...
Hold on.
I want to build a trading area. Probably not in here. I'm going to be honest with you. The more I think about it, the more I'm like, I don't want to build a trading area in this section. But what I might do is, there's a village over here. And I was initially just going to tear it down. I think what I'm going to do is rebuild it in a different style. Since it is going to be like in a woody area, I'm going to have like a more forest. Since it's going to be like based in a biome that's supposed to be representative of Wyoming, I want to do like a lot of wooded area and then like cabin-based houses, and that's where the villagers live. But the plan is to tear down all of these buildings and then rebuild them. And actually raise it up. Because, like, it's slumped down here in what this appears to be a river. And I'm undecided if I'm going to, like, make that... I might. Because I think that this river is going to eventually connect up to the river there. You know, I really just need to... I need to get over under here so I can view the whole map. But let's see. So, like, yeah, this is a river. And then this, I think I'm going to have it split into a river thing that reconnects somewhere over here.
For the follow.
And I think I'll just have it like go out to the ocean. What mods am I running? I have a few. I have a few. These are the 5.
MommaOcco.
Internet Sin Master send $5 for more hats. Tuber thighs? Ban. Unusual clothing? Perfectly fine. Make it make sense.
Exactly. Exactly. I definitely have waystones installed. I am using the minimap. I installed some quality of life ones, like better smelting, silk touch for other things that should be silk touched in my personal opinion, a pedestal mod for pedestal based stuff. There's a mod that gives you different buildings that you can come across. I installed a mod that gives you kiwis. The alchemy one, which is what I'm using to get more of this, because I don't want to go out searching for different mountains to gather it, or tearing a bunch of geodes apart, because that's just annoying. There's an artifact mod that I might honestly uninstall because it's just not very interesting to me, honestly. But yeah, I'm going to tear down this village, raise up the land. What I might do is I might just like raise up the land here so that it like is more flush with the lake. And because I want it to have like similar height to this lake here, or river, and then we'll just have the village kind of in between where they're both living, like one half is on this side, one half is on the other side. F off YouTube Automod for not letting me type lipples. Yeah, I just... Weird word, I know. But that's the plan. That's the plan. But first what I need to do is I got all these villagers in here. Some of them are still probably trapped in their house. I think a lot of them. Actually, I think the remainder of them are over here. Oh, it's not showing me. But, like... what I plan on doing this way is, since we're right underneath the village here, I think I'm gonna make a villager breeding area over here eventually. I've got some ideas for what I want to do, but I'm not entirely ready yet. But I want to make a villager breeding area, and then we'll just make it to where I can transport villagers wherever I need to take them. Maybe make like a rail system, cause you need to do that. But that's the plan. And then I'll just have villagers to go wherever. But yeah, I think the next step is to build that, then get all the villagers that are from in here down, and then I can terraform this village. So honestly, right now, like this area right here is kind of just, I pick at different parts at different parts of the time. I need to finish this bit here, but I kind of wanted to work on this first, and then I just got bored of it. And then I need to raise this up. I'll destroy the village here. Oh, it's just not showing mobs when I'm this far out. Okay. But I need to destroy the village here. I also need to take the cows down so I can make a cow farm so that I have easier time getting cow meat, because I'll do all that, and there's a farm for it I need to like look up and make. But this part will stop at this black block.
Oh my God, she's
and then
got
I'll start the
milkers.
forest area here.
Internet Sin Master discovered Mom has milkers and gave $5. Villager breeding area Occo. I might be too drama-brained at this point. That phrase reminded me too much of a certain failure's farm fantasies.
That's funny. Well, I have not read that book because it is a woman-only book, and I don't plan to read it. I have not been asked to read excerpts from it, so I think I'm a little bit lucky there. And as long as nobody tries to convince any woman to force me to read it, I think I should be okay. Let's see. That should be enough gold. Also need to make a gold farm. Okay, so now I need... It doesn't register the recipe. That's so weird. Referring to anal violence, not that book. Ah, okay. You telling me I can only make the red one? Don't tell me I can only make the red one. No, that's how you do it. What? Lime, orange, cyan, black, gray, pink lime, yellow lime. It doesn't have. It doesn't have. Oh, it just doesn't have white. Okay. That's racist. They have black. It does. For a bit of vanilla plus, I recommend HT's Tree Chop. Easy additionals. Recommend Architect's Palette. Abyssal Decor. Second one has a smidge of World Gen. I am not doing anything that adds a bunch of extra blocks. I'm only doing things that adds tools. I've only added a pedestal mod because I like pedestals, and Minecraft is never going to add that beyond, you know, shelves. And shelves are nice, but it's not what I want to show off my shit. You know, I want to make a shelf to show off all the fun stuff I've gathered. And Minecraft is never going to add something like that. But beyond all that, I don't want to add mods that generate different land blocks. Because I want to be able to, like, take this to survival if need be. You know? Just, like, fucking non-modded, basically. Anyway, sorry. People are sending me shit about that stuff that's happening on Twitter, and I don't care right now. Adds new ways to bring down trees. I see. Well, I already have a mod. I have the Random Misfits mod. That adds basically... Oh, that's probably why. I'm not creative. Yep, that makes sense. Already had MBT tags stated to it. Okay. And a TNT mod? No, I don't think that mod is compatible with this version of Minecraft. But the mod, the Random Misfits, has a tree capitator mod, tree cap in it already through the special axe it has, which is why I kind of like it like that, so I can control when I want to use the tree capping capabilities. I actually really like cyan dye. Me. This is annoying. Nothing you can do about it. I have these cyan ones, and my understanding here is I should be able to just, like, teleport, which means that I'll need a a little teleporter room, which would be cool. Imagine playing modern Minecraft. Listen, I like some of the modern blocks that they have. All right. Plus, I just can't stand playing modded for like deep modded. I got really bored of it. It kind of took away from me. It took away like the mysteriousness, or I don't know. It's kind of hard to say. I have excavators and hammers. Yes, this hammer is a 3x3, and there is an excavator. I just don't keep it open very often. Anyway, I am thinking about like a teleporter room. Maybe something like over, let's see, where are we? Here. Yeah, this is north. Boy, liked stream. Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Have a good one, Magma. What we could do. First, I need to use the restroom. When I come back from the bathroom, we'll focus on a little room for teleportation, basically. And yeah. Anyway, I'll be right back, chat. Okay. Chat, what I think I might do is peeps are gathering for Warhammer. So I think instead I'm going to end this stream into the next stream. And we might start a little early. I don't know. But I am going to leave this call with Temp, with the Flea, who seems to be off in his own little world right now. So, hold on. All right, chat. If you would like, Bao now has her artist mad at her. Really? Share that with me in Under the Tea. I'm curious. Anyway, chat, I'm gonna go now. Thank you so much for being here. If you don't join in for the Warhammer stream, totally fine. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. We are now getting on to Warhammer Saturdays. You guys have a good one. And if I see you, I see you. Otherwise, peace and love. Peace and love. And I'll see you tonight or tomorrow.